And we're live. Hi everyone, welcome to our next episode of Fall of Uther, titled Uther's Shame.
We're live.
Indeed. All right, let's go around the room for some introductions. We are playing a Pendragon role-playing game session today, which is not D&D. If you're watching and you're like, why is this not D&D? It's because it's not. So now you know. But you watch here more than you do on the tabletop area, so don't blame me, blame statistics. Thomas, you're up.
Hello, and yes, damn statistics. But yes, I am Thomas, and I will be playing Sir Edrich of Winterbourne, Stoke. Edrich of Winterbourne, Stoke has recently had a son. His wife helped, of course. And his name is Alaric, named after his grandfather. I will be joined by, I'm not sure if you can see her, by Lily, who is my cat. And that is me. Hello.
Our first pet character. We're going to use the paw and roll every time they're in the seat. Yeah.
Hell yes.
Mark, you're up.
All right. Hello, I am Mark, and I today shall be playing Sir Florence of Idmiston and the Baron of Axe. And I'm excited for the consequences of my actions last week. And maybe I'll cause some more problems.
All right, perfect. We'll go to Liam next.
Hi everybody, I'm Liam. I play Sir Perin of Durnford. Perin's been getting himself into some trouble behind the scenes, so I'm looking forward to seeing how the next couple of years progress.
All right. Okay, let's dive in pretty much where we left off. We're getting into the Easter time period, but before we go into spring, let's maybe talk about winter, because we did winter again off screen. Are you guys prepared to do like a quick summary of what took place? I know Thomas did a little bit, but do you want to highlight? What are the highlights in Winterbourne, Stoke land? Tell us
Certainly. There wasn't too much in the realm of building. A lot of the money was on standby in case things went bad, and they very almost did. But because of the blessing of the living saint, my chargers, including the one that I just got as a wedding gift from Sir Perin, didn't die. And in fact, my son was born after my wedding last episode.
Awesome. All right. We'll go to Mark for updates next.
All right. The most important thing that happened during the winter phase, I now have a son.
You have an heir.
I have an heir to carry on the legacy.
What a legacy it is.
This madman has finally done it.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's mostly just been building a lot of shit around the estate and the manor.
Any defensible highlights?
Any big highlights? Well, one thing's Florence has built a grand manor, so he now has this massive manor, and on his estate he has built an armory to arm his knights, and a few other things I'm sure we'll see as we go on.
All right. We shall go to Sir Perin next. Liam.
I'm looking over. I've forgotten what I done. I don't think anything exciting happened to me.
Didn't build
Except
anything
for
fancy?
no. I've built pretty much everything I need to build at the moment, and also we had another bad harvest, so I broke even in terms of economics. Means I don't have a whole lot. I did get 2 new chargers, so you guys suck. And skill issue. Why you guys keep losing horses? I don't know. And then the other thing that happened, there was one more thing that happened. My sister was originally betrothed to somebody else, and we broke off the arrangement because somebody else with better status made an offer. And that guy ended up coming back and demanding a duel with her current husband for her hand. So I have arranged for a duel to take place between that. Looking forward to seeing how that plays out. I have not rolled it yet, but I imagine it's not going to go well for me. So, somehow it's going to find a way.
If you need a second, Edrich has been fighting so many duels for the sake of people's honor, mostly his own and his wife's. So,
And just to kind of elaborate on that fine point, the reason why it became Durnford's problem is because the accusation was that Durnford wrongfully broke off so the accusation was lobbied at you guys, not at the other, the current husband. So.
Obviously, Perin can't fight a duel, so he'll need to figure somebody else to be his second.
Yeah, which could fall to either your household knight or your brother.
Could I ask somebody else from another household? Like, could I nominate, I don't know, Sir Jaren, perhaps?
Yeah, you
or
could.
Sir Edrich, the two finest duelists in Salisbury.
You could. Keep in mind that a duel like that, too, would typically start on horseback in Logris Way. So it's start on horseback. Even though there's not a true tourney style, it's like you still start with the cavalry and then it goes.
You still know how to lance somebody. Yeah, I get you. Okay, I will keep that in mind this year as I plan for that.
But rather than like a tilt, it would be like this just muddy field, like
slamming into each other, and once they're down, you get off your horse too, because it's not sporting.
Yeah. You'd also, depending on the rules, it's either to first blood or not to first blood. And if it's not to first blood, it's either to death or yield. So. All right. We'll see if anyone rolls a 20 on a famous passion and then throws their weapons away and runs off from the woods. That's happened.
Who can say?
It's happened a few
I want
times.
that to happen. Yeah, I want it to happen to Sir Blaine's.
That's fair. Okay. Let's progress a little bit. We got some stories to go through. We're back. We're out of our cell arc or Frieza arc, as you were. So we got some downtime. We're just gonna be following around with Bulma. No, but in reality, what we got going on is we're gonna be a little more chill. There'll still be Easter feasts, some stuff, but I'll spoil a little bit. Don't got any battles this year. We just have a nice easygoing start to the year. Nice and easygoing.
I don't believe you.
That's fair.
Also, I'd say no planned battles.
Yes.
We'll see what happens.
Also that.
So what's going on with Malahut?
Yeah. That's a good question. I was just about to give you all one opportunity to look into something using intrigue. Or other methods. I don't want to always rely on intrigue. You can test. All of you should have. Did you all test diplomacy again? Because you were in a diplomatic function again this last year.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, and my diplomacy is now 5 because I increased it with stats.
Okay.
I did not do that. I did not test mine. Let me do that right now.
My diplomacy is now a mighty 3.
Okay.
I think I put my diplomacy up a little bit, actually. That is a fail on diplomacy, so that's going up.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
I got a 6.
You've been trading with lords and kings these days, so.
Man, all this diplomacy stuff gives me a headache. I will probably be using intrigue for still what I want to learn about.
Okay.
But we'll see.
6 versus 19.
All right. We'll kind of do a round robin again. We'll start with Perin, and we'll go back to Edrich from there.
So I'm gonna prefer you to give me this information off camera, I think. But the question that Perin has to ask is about finding out how he can do a certain thing while limiting collateral damage as much as possible, or at least give him an idea of what to expect with collateral damage. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yep. Ooh. Oh.
Oh, buddy. Oh,
Wonderful.
no.
So So this is going to be really fun because I think this works
I
really
agree.
well with something. So Perin,
Mhm.
you're digging into some of your networks, asking very subtle questions, and not the type of questions that would result in. They leave room for you to navigate away from any accusations, right?
Yeah.
However, um, like just a week after you ask one particular question in which the Londonium um, ally clammed up, um, Sir, you receive a notice that Sir Argan is planning to come and visit House Durnford in the fall. Or sorry, in the spring. And then like in the like the not the spring, the late winter,
Right.
he never shows. He does not show up.
Hmm.
Which seems weird that he would let you know he's coming and then doesn't.
And not.
Yeah.
That does make me feel very suspicious.
And we'll move on to the next point. So, Sir Florence.
Right, so I gotta roll something. I think I would like to roll diplomacy.
Okay.
But before I do, I would like to activate a passion.
Okay.
I'd like to activate Sir Florence's new hospitality at 20 passion.
Ooh.
That's plus 10.
All right. What are is that your highest trait now? Your highest passion,
Oh,
I mean? Yeah.
It is.
Okay. Yeah. Thought so. Okay. Well,
Alright,
you succeeded.
And I had 10. Didn't matter.
Didn't matter. What were you aiming to do with it?
The aim was pretty much to do his best to ingratiate himself with probably his lord. So continue to ingratiate himself with Count Roderick or Earl Roderick.
Okay, sounds good. I think you know what it is because you failed last year. I think what it is you start to hear that your actions around Sir Blaine's are seen as reckless a little bit.
Yeah.
They create a tension in between Salisbury and Silchester that was already there, but now it's a bit more heated. And
Yeah.
so the Earl's been a little bit absent, like hasn't been as available for you, and that's why you fail your diplomacy. Is you're not even getting into the room. Not that he won't meet with you in public places, but it's like you're not getting that special spot at his side as of late.
Yeah.
That
makes sense.
That's what the name of the game is. And then on top of that, you find out that court is to be held, royal court is to be held in Silchester, and you are named. The Knights of the Sword are called here, specifically you three by name. Sir Jaren is
right.
almost like he's a nominal Knight of the Sword. He's there, but in Uther's eyes, he's not one of the knights that has been along the ride with Uther the whole time. You know, so
Yeah.
You know, he's been protecting the realm. He's been actually doing stuff.
And then we will go to Edrich.
Very well. I would like to activate a passion. I would like to activate my weakest passion, if I may, which will determine what I want to get information on.
Okay.
I will activate my passion of love, sword of victory, at a humble 10. That is a failure, which means I'm not going to look into the Sir Blaine's thing right this second and get more information. Instead, what I'd like to look into are whispers about what's going on with Malahut. Obviously, war's on the horizon, but how close? How soon?
Okay, I'll allow it. Typically, you would have to decide your action before you impassion yourself. But
Fair enough. I
in
should
this
have
way.
asked beforehand if I could roll it like a trait or something.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all.
Okay.
I know what you're aiming for. That's why I'm saying don't worry about it. But
Yeah.
just for the purpose of the stream and stuff, like normally wouldn't go. Well, let's see if I pass, and then I make my strategic decision. I don't.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair
you,
enough.
you better watch out. Stream chat is pretty brutal. They will rip you to
Yeah,
shreds
we got
if you.
2.5
God,
people.
yeah.
Yeah, we're not playing BattleTech, so we're okay. We're safe.
Oh god, imagine streaming Shadowrun. But yes. But no, you've got a smart link weapon. You'd have one more dice. I can't believe it. Alright, shall I roll an intrigue?
Yes, please.
Success.
Okay. So you're looking into what's going on in Mellowhood? With
Yes.
Mellowhood? Anything specific?
Malahut. Anything regarding the heads of the kingdom, Uther and the Centurion King. If there's been any more missives, if there's been preparations for muster, if there's war on the horizon, essentially.
Yeah, I can give you a little bit of this. So, basically, Uther is maneuvering in the last year with the daughters of Gorlois. We're posturing directly against
Malahut.
So you have
Especially
King Lot and Lothian, who's married to Morgause now, and that's
directly to the north of Malahut means nasty pincer for the Centurion King.
Yeah, and stepdaughter too. On top of that, and then Elaine married another northern king. I forget who. We had the name at some point.
Sam of L.
Yeah, it was Nentris, King Nentris, which I don't have the. I have a photo, but I didn't link it out. But Elaine got married as well, and then I believe King Urians, is that who Little Morgana is betrothed to? Could be. We'll find out. But those posturing pieces. On top of that, the king's won. King Uther's won support from 2 other foreign kings from Cambria. On top of that.
Indeed.
Yes.
It was going to be a hefty loss for Malahut in the first place, but any attack is going to come from Uther's side now. That's basically what's happening.
And then let me just look up. There's one other piece I wanted to give you. The names of those kings, because they will be important going forward. Man, I forget what their names were.
Sam of Jackson.
Right?
We know this.
Oh yeah, Morgan was betrothed to King Urians of Gore. On top of that, and then those 3 kings have offered promises of support to Uther for high kingship and any potential future war with Mellowhood. And then there was also damn it. There we go. That's what I'm looking at.
Why are all of the people who are daughters of the guy that I killed now married to kings and now more powerful?
Right?
Don't worry about it, buddy. Don't worry about it.
On top of that, King Nanteliad of Escavalon and King Leo de Grants of Cameliard have offered their support should there be an attack on Mellowhood.
Understood.
But Uther is not called for a muster, which means that either Uther is considering peace or someone is considering peace and talking Uther into it. So,
the Lady Violet.
That's where we're at.
I was about to say she didn't. No offense to Lady Violet, but she didn't do that great a job last time. So I think maybe I'll hold my breath on that one. I won't hold my breath on that one.
Yeah, it's fair. I don't know if she's in that kind of position. I mean, obviously she's Brastius's wife, but I'm not sure I'm not sure she's trying to get in with Uther right now. We're gonna go back around. Edrich, Oslaf, your wife, has been taking little like 1 or 2 day rides with Cynstenian, if you'd allow it, when you're busy and stuff, just kind of to see the land and see some of the cities and stuff. And they've gone to Hantone, they've gone to Silchester, they've gone to like Berwick and London, that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. For all Edric's, for all Cynstenian's worry, Edrich loves his brother quite dearly.
Cool. And then it's worth noting that you received news that your mother was maimed the previous year, and that was ugly. Your little half brother is moving into graduating out of page and in towards squire now. Like they're.
I've got one of those.
Yeah. You have a half brother from your mother's remarriage. So he was
I did. My other character did kill that guy. Did kill the father. Was there time?
Yes.
Half-brother.
Yep. We have that. It's been in the document for ages.
A half-brother
Understood.
from another father.
Yes, it was in fact who you think it was. Who's the dad?
The Iron of Steepleford,
Yeah.
the cultist of the Great Old Ones.
Oh, really? That's whack.
Yeah. So your mother Megan remarried, and then they had a kid, like quite early on though, like in their
This
thing.
is a whole new level. Did I miss this, or was this happening off screen?
No, this
remember this.
happened.
Yeah.
Edrich doesn't know that Sir Inian was A, a cultist, and B, killed by us.
Yeah, and then on top of that too, like he was like, you guys liked him before he went nuts. Remember that?
Yeah.
You
I
guys
knew of him.
you guys witnessed his turning during the
Mhm.
thing. He wasn't like already part of it. You watched him see the yellow sun and
Yes.
go mad.
Yeah.
So
Indeed.
Yeah.
he was born in 480, so he was born when you guys took down Passion that year.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he is it's 93, which crap.
Yeah, he'd be 13.
I didn't fix that. 1 second.
Hmm.
I'm gonna fix that in the Pendragon thing.
I submit that Gortrix didn't know that Megan remarried to Sir Inian, so it comes as a shock every single family gathering.
I love it.
It wouldn't
like,
anymore.
what?
He's dead.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
No,
Where's
no.
the
it's more like
onion?
a moment-
All right,
a
we
moment-
killed him.
Yeah, we killed him. A moment of silence. And it's like, what for? Oh, right, all of the dead people. Specifically who?
Hello, little cousin. I killed your father.
Prepare to die.
Little half
No, wait.
brother,
Don't
actually.
worry about
Yeah.
Well,
I-
from Gortrix's perspective.
Gortrix.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
My name is Inigo Montoya. I killed your father. Prepare to die.
You know what the best part about that is that Florence was along for like half that ride. He just got lost.
He just
when all that
disappeared,
stuff
yeah.
went
He doesn't have any idea.
down. Which is perfect Florence too. What? These guys always say something went on in that forest, but I think they came across a bear or something. I don't know. It seemed weird. Anyways. Let's
They were just. Oh, go.
I wanted to do a couple of small scenes, other things that hit. Perin, your auntie has reached out to you. There are some grave concerns with your friendship with one Sir Florence, she says.
With Sir Florence. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah. All right. I would like to invite her back home, or would she rather me go and meet in Sir Blaine's? I'm gonna slightly word it in favor of her coming and meeting here.
She'll make a visit. She'll make a visit, but she'll note that she's reached out to Dallin to be present and witness, which sounds very formal.
It does. Interesting. Okay. Well, she'll get all the best when she arrives, you know. She'll be taken care of. I'm sure it's I'm sure Durnford is humble compared to where she's been staying lately, but
Lev
you know.
Kamag is pretty rich, you know.
Yeah.
And you've actually been there because you were there trying to get Gortrix and Edward out of the mess that they were in.
Yep.
As
I
Squire.
remember.
Yeah.
I remember that.
All three of you were, in fact, trying to get that mess out of the way. So
History doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes.
Indeed. But she'll join, and then we won't really focus on Dallin. Dallin's gonna be around again for a little bit.
Yeah, just present.
Just present. And then you can tell me if Dallin would like trigger on something specific, and we'll maybe do some rolls or something, see what happens.
Yeah, we'll figure it out as it goes. I'm going in pretty blind here, so we'll see.
So Lady Fjord, and I'm just gonna do this from her perspective because I think it'll be amusing, and then it's like you can play on this whatever way you want as to Perin, but she arrives and she's courteous and kind, but she says that she was reached out to by Sir Florence last year, and so she agreed to meet with him, and very quickly became inhospitable and rude, and you know, I think she says, I thought I had your support in this marriage.
I think Perin's kind of taken a little bit aback by that and goes, Auntie, I don't mean to understate how much of a loss it has been to not have you here. Every day, the halls feel emptier without you. And though some of my companions have strong opinions about Sir Blaine's, and I'm sure you know how Count Rhodri feels, I don't feel the same. I don't have strong opinions about him either way. You do have my support. And also... And he kind of like looks out towards one of the windows and he goes, things are changing quite rapidly. It's a chaotic and very bloody time in Logres right now. I have no strong connection to Blaine's beyond you, and I have a very strong connection to Edrich and Florence. I'm afraid I must support them in this matter. Though I hope you know that I will take every action I can to avoid bloodshed. He has been treating you well, I hope.
He has. Very much so. Give me an honest test.
That's been getting worse.
Oh, I've been there.
Zoinka.
Okay.
Zoinka, my
You're
boinka.
a 12 deceitful?
Yeah. Things
then-
have been changing rapidly for
Damn.
Perin lately.
Test arbitrary real quick for me.
Ugh. What a combination to have.
Okay, so I think your response to her comes off a bit insincere, or at least like very non-committal, right? Like into resolving.
It is.
Yeah. And so you can tell that she just goes to formal niceties from there. It's like not like she is burning down bridges with you, but it just there stops being any sort of or family kind of like talk outside of the most superficial level possible the rest of the visit, at which she departs.
Before she goes, I think Perin will say, like, Lady Fleur, If you assure me that Sir Blaine's a good man, I will take your word for it more than I will take Florence's, but I admit I would rather burn a bridge with Blaine's than I would with him. I hope you can understand that.
I understand strength in friendship. And I hope that Florence's new barony does not go to his head. And we'll move on from that. We're gonna go to Florence next. Mark, your uncle wants to talk to you real quick.
All right. Let's talk to Bledig.
You guys have been away a long time. There's a lot of people trying to catch up with you. That's something you're noticing.
That's true.
Back.
Also, he's a baron now, so...
You bet. And it turns out that Bledig really noticed that. Stranger.
Funny, huh?
Also, sorry, one last thing for Perin. You receive news that Berwick St. James has gone officially to the title of Lady Bronwyn, your wife.
Hell
Oh.
yes.
Already? I thought that was going to happen after... It was going to go to my son, right?
Yes. It'll be...
That's how it works, yeah.
It was given to your wife until the point where your second son would hold the title.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
And you get a sense, you have a high enough intrigue, I'll just give you this to you. This is a purposeful move of Roderick on Lady Violet. So this is removing Lady Violet's role in Salisbury altogether.
Oh.
Interesting. Oh, I understand, but also that makes me sad.
Which isn't
Politically, it's a smart decision.
and isn't that unfair given that it was really the husband's place, the dead husband's place who died in Summerlin.
Yeah. Yeah.
He died during the invasion of Summerlin.
Bummer.
He and I are neighbors now.
Oh, fun.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that'll go to Perin's second son, or the second heir of that title. Should you have no second son to give that to?
I think technically I did not yet use the reroll, or no, you get a reroll and a confirmed new male heir, right?
Yeah, that was this specific year if you wanted it. Because
In that case, then Perin had a second son born this year.
Okay.
I will adjust my
Adjust
my
it
stuff
later. We'll get it added.
Yeah.
And we're gonna start playing on them more. We're gonna start really highlighting their survival years, because that gets really ugly during this era of
Anarchy.
play.
Yeah.
And especially
I
when
will
they're
name him-
newborns, they can die pretty easy. So
Yeah. Oh, also, I don't think I said it on stream. I am renaming Dante because I was not thinking straight. That does not doesn't fit with the timeline. However, I'm naming this new child Obama, so I hope that evens out. Yeah.
Dante Obama, actually.
Dante Obama.
Dante Obama.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks, Obama. Let's see. I should remind me to update that in the family echoes. I want to start keeping those pretty intact, because they're our best way to track years and names.
Aye,
and
aye,
stuff.
Captain.
Yeah.
Also, I want to play on bringing them in when they're little kids and stuff, starting to see how you're instructing them as they get to 2, 3, 4 years before they go off to be pages in Sarum.
Yeah, man, I love Bannerlord.
Yeah, right?
It's impossible to tell until the age of 6 which route a Winterbourne Stoke is going to go down. Either they're going to be giant himbos, or they're going to be sneaky murder people.
Right.
The middle ground, they're just unexceptional.
I also don't want to lose track. if we want to still like target a cattle raid at some point, I think this year or next year are our best options for that. So let's make a note of that. I don't want to set you guys up on a cattle raid the same year where a battle's happening.
We're energetic. We can do it. But yes.
Energetic's cool, but when you're down 40 of your health, that sucks. So, or 25 of your health.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Look, here's the thing. Blood makes the grass grow. Whether it be ours or our foe.
And sorry for the waylay. I'm gonna go back to Florence now with Bledig.
Yeah. Sir Florence would arrive in his home to visit his uncle.
Sir Florence, I hear you've been very busy as of late.
Yes, it's been quite a while, last couple of years.
Indeed.
I feel like I haven't been home in ages.
Here and there, I understand. I've been thinking, optimizing what we have on our family.
Yes?
You and your wife, of course, still hold title to the Sand Dunes. And of course, this is our ancestral home of the Belgae tribe, and one we do not wish to part with. I wonder then if I might better be fit as your steward in Cornwall.
That is a fair enough point. You are trusted and surely very good at what you do. I think that would be a beneficial agreement. Should, of course, you and your lady wife be up for the travel. It is quite a nice estate, I must say myself.
I look forward to seeing it. I've only heard of Axe. I think it would be nice. And a new challenge for me. In truth, even with all the building you're doing, well, this place can practically look after itself these days. Out there's opportunity. Something to keep my old bones motivated.
A new frontier. Very well then. I shall make sure everything that needs to be arranged will be. And I'm sure you'll be able to handle the rest.
Of course. We'll need to identify a steward for this place, of course.
I do have one currently sitting in the barony. It's just kind of a placeholder. I'm sure they wouldn't mind being shifted over here.
Would you prefer I scrutinize them first?
Oh, yes. If you would like to, that would be great. At the moment, they've done an alright job. I've heard some issues around goings-on in the barony that are not being managed as well as they could be, but it's yet to cause an issue.
Of course. I will watch what they do, look over the numbers as it were, and report back on them. If they are inferior to what they ought to be, I will begin looking for their replacement.
Wonderful.
All right.
Must be nice to have family members.
Remember that time?
Great.
Remember that? And by the way, Thomas, Stapleford Manor must be Stapleford. This one. This is where Einian formerly was, and where his son and your maimed mom are.
Indeed.
All right. Okay, so let us dive in. You are all provided notice. You are asked by the Earl to attend Royal Court this year. royal court will be in the county of Silchester, in the city of Silchester. Let me make sure it's the city of Silchester, but it's the county of Silchester. For sure.
Sure, it's not Lev Kamangas.
I'm almost positive. It is in Silchester Castle, Silchester.
All right.
Yep.
Well, that's far away.
Mm-hmm. Well, relatively. Keep in mind, Silchester by itself is like a day and a half ride.
Yeah.
Like Lev Kamagas is a day ride from where you guys are. So it's
this is
England.
This is England.
I guess the only thing to think about is there aren't highways. There's old Roman roads which aren't quite as effective for getting.
And we don't travel. We don't travel by car. We travel by horse.
True. All right. So, any preparation anyone wants to do before attending the feast in Silchester?
How many
There
horse
is one
powers
specific
is a horse?
thing. Oh, sorry, you go.
How many horsepowers is a horse?
Oh, it's very interesting. It's
I believe
just
it's
one.
self-explanatory.
Yeah. There was one thing Edrich wanted to do before going to Silchester, which was specifically look things up around the Berwick area. If this isn't the right time to do it, we can do it later. But specifically follow up on the lead that Jareth gave him, so he doesn't go anywhere unprepared.
Okay.
However, we can do that later.
So, just to give you some placement, a great time to do that would be not long after the feast, because you're heading to Silchester, and Stonekeep is Berwick, basically.
Perfect. Sounds good then.
So you're heading along the way. So if you want to look into that stuff, that'll be a good time. You can also say that, like, if you want to go out early, go there first and then round back. You are welcome to. I'll leave that in your
My
hands.
question is one of staffing. Is when's the trial/duel going to happen?
Okay. And this is the one for Florence?
Yes.
Yeah. So Florence...
We've got so many duels.
Yeah. The proposal is that if the king does not muster, that the matter be settled in the early fall.
Then we can sort that out in our own time.
Yeah. Actually, I'd say late summer, because they'd probably want to leave like ample time. They don't want anyone to be suffering a wound going into the cold months, right?
Yeah. Oh, we'd hate for our enemies to die.
Right.
But yes. In that case, I can do that afterwards. It's not important to go there with a bound and trust up person. We are good, I think. Nothing I need to especially prepare for. If Oslaf is amenable, she can come with, but I understand there is a young baby boy to care for, and travel is hard on them. So probably nothing.
She'll come with. I think you guys have enough support. In fact, does she have a handmaiden? That would be a really smart move. It would cost you a little bit, but it would be a really smart move.
She already has a handmaiden. You mentioned her a couple of times.
That's right. What did I say about the handmaiden?
I believe you mentioned that she was a Berwick Saxon. She spoke the language.
That's right.
And
she was crafty.
I'm not sure what her specific traits were.
It's okay. And it was the Baroness that set that up, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
Makes sense.
So she's obviously a spy, but that's okay.
Not at all. It'll be fine.
It's not a spy if it's your allies looking on you, is it?
No, it's still a spy. That's the point. That's what
I believe it's called diplomacy.
Okay. Well, let's then move to the feast then, if no one has anything they want to do. All right.
All right. Oh, there is one thing for Florence.
Yeah.
He is going to bring a, assuming that the Duke of the Vale is here, Florence is going to bring him a gift.
Okay. Sounds good. And I can't wait any further to bring Madoc back into the fold. Gary was going to be our guest tonight, but I did not hear back from Gary. Gary will be playing Prince Madoc Squire when he does return. So that's his new
Indeed.
character.
Yeah.
But Madoc is here. You see the Duke Ulfius and his family are here. Earl's here, of course. Sir Blaine's, your favorite, is here. Uther's present. Perin, you notice a particular absent visitor is also not here right now. Yeah.
Well, I know what I'm doing this entire feast.
Mark, your cousin is here. Just a note.
Yay!
Sir
nice.
Howell.
The head of the NKVD has my number and he's fucking looking for me. He's not returning my calls.
All
It's
right.
coming for you.
And we're
Wonder
gonna
what that's like.
we're gonna say that Sir Dallin is present. What Dallin feels, I'm sure Dallin feels probably mixed or torn about Fleor's
Yes,
position. Like,
I have already been considering this, but definitely Dallin's loyalty is with Fleor more than Perin.
yeah,
So, I mean, obviously they'd prefer everybody to be together, but if it came down to it, Dallin's choosing Fleor in a heartbeat. So,
Yeah. That makes sense.
Dallin would also see as they enter, assuming this guest list is accurate, a giant arm like a tree trunk just like waving from the back next to
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, Gorchux is here. You bet.
oh, yay!
Yeah.
Together again. Hopefully
Hell
neither of them die.
Nothing can kill me, except apparently a guy with a stick.
Guy with the stick could do it.
And I want to do some Squire stuff because it's been a minute, and I finally recorded your new Squires, which were all hilarious. Those are the ones with like really high. We had one that was really high, cowardly. One that was like really high. Like there are a couple of different ones, but we haven't really
The
seen
one
them
thing I'm
on screen.
annoyed about. Yeah, the one thing I'm annoyed about. Both Mark Squire and my Squire got like singing as a notable trait, and his is much better than mine. Deo is a so-so singer.
Right. That's what it was. It was really high singing, right? That's okay.
Yeah.
That's. I knew there was another
My
one.
guy is a coward and a singer.
I knew we had to compete. Like, didn't we have two different things where we competed? They got like really high versions of opposite traits. And
It was
Yeah.
it was valorless, or
Yeah,
it was
my guy
valorous
got
and
valorous
cowardly.
and cowardly, and then we rolled for it, and I got cowardly. I was like, "Ooh."
there was another one, the one before it too, and I forget what it was.
Energetic and lazy.
That's what it was, and it was energetic.
Mm.
Yep. So pretty wild.
Fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Both Edrich and Derwin get up early in the morning, do their routines. Derwin is getting his singing voice ready. It's doing some push-ups. Edrich is saying a list of all of the names that have wronged him, one after the other, spiraling down into the darkness.
That's fair. Okay, why don't we do some appearance rolls, and then I will cut over very shortly to the screen
Hell
so the viewers
yes.
can see what's going on.
Oh, failure on appearance.
Success for me.
Only you had
God, this is the second time I've crit.
Every fucking time.
It's dude.
Here's the thing.
It's
the
so
thing, man.
upsetting to me.
Here's the thing. You're already above the salt, so long
I
as you get a
know,
success
yeah.
because of the thing.
But
This is just free glory.
I think I maybe got an appearance above the salt, or an above the salt from a critical appearance once before I got this arrangement. And it's like we've had 3 feasts since then. I've critted on 2 of them.
You get 16 glory.
I do. Wonderful. Joy.
The important part is you're not bitter about it, but
Oh, let me tell you who's bitter about something.
like it's me, by the way, just in case you
Yes.
just in case you were uncertain. Okay, why don't we position ourselves in and start this? Let me just do this. And this. And definitely some of this. Oh, I keep going to the wrong screen. All right, I'm going to cut it over to the Roll20 screen so folks can see what's going on. We got all this stuff. And...
I see what's going on here. They're not putting me near the salt. Because of my Saxon wife. Well, I'll show them all.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's maybe cool them jets a little bit there, amigo.
Is that person planning regicide?
We're already three duels in. Let's not. I need you guys alive for the regicide. All right, let's.
I do love a slide against me. It's because of my wife, isn't it?
It's always that. I kind of like that, actually. That's pretty good. It's like, I know why. Yeah.
It's like, because you don't like my awesome wife. Surely it isn't because of my propensity to get mad all the time.
I like that. Wait, what? Are we having the same conversation? What the fuck's going on?
Yeah. Okay. All right, so we can get started.
Before we do, what are we eating, Bob?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
What are we eating? What's the feast? What's the taste and what's the meast?
The meast?
Looks like I gotta restart.
Elaborate. Elaborate on that.
Well, I was hoping the food would be up already, so we should move on. But
well, the API is broken. So.
Do you know when there's like a, like sometimes there's like minced meat, right?
Yeah.
That's it. That's
all you got?
That's all I got.
It. Raw fucking beef just slammed on the table.
That's the beast.
Okay. You were looking forward to that. So if I don't see Dale and... if I don't see Sir Perin eat raw meast, I'm coming for you.
Raw meast is a tautology. You don't need to say raw meast. It's implied in the meast itself.
Like saying ATM machine.
Yeah, exactly. It's the beast.
All right, so the feast should pop up now. Sorry, the API was broken.
All good, man.
I just had flashbacks for a moment hearing API and broken.
Yeah.
I know.
I haven't had it happen in ages.
It doesn't.
A loach is a type of fish.
In cold green sauce. You know, there's nothing that sounds more appealing to me than the cold green sauce. Like,
Cold and a color.
Gazpacho.
And green at that, like, you know.
It's green.
Do you want the color of your vegetables? Yeah.
What's this? It's a vegetable sauce.
And it's not like it's curry or something, because we're far and away from any kind of multicultural dish in England, such as they are anyway in the present day.
We don't have anything that would taste anywhere near as good.
They took a handful. They took a handful of grass from outside and mulched it.
Oh, there's some spices, but not a lot.
It must have been a hard year. Like, the best thing we're eating is what out of this? Is
boiled wheat custard?
Yeah.
Boiled wheat custard.
Pastry mold doesn't sound delicious to me.
What is bream? A bream is another type of fish. So we got fish pastries, kinda.
Served
we
in
got
a
boiled
pastry
wheat
mold.
custard.
A lot
Yeah.
of fish this year.
Yum. All right.
Yum.
Yum.
Let's dive in. We got Perin first. 3-round face. Anything you all want to be aware of ahead of time? I will note some other familiar faces you might not have seen in a while. We got Agenwolf here, which was Florence's knight.
Hey.
We have Gwegan.
Gweg.
Yeah.
Was that Dallin's boy or was that
Yeah.
Perin's boy? It was Dallin's boy. Yeah, I don't care who that is then. Half of me cares who that is.
Edith's present.
Yes.
Oh,
the
never
war
mind.
hero.
Look at him. He's such a young man. Oh, what the fuck?
Such a young man. Look at him. He grew into it. He grew into it. Nah,
Your
boo.
favorite ones.
Okay, I was gonna ask if he was here. It's good to know.
Violet's here with Brastius.
That's alright.
Your favorite Newton Manor knight is present.
Mm.
And,
Edrich likes Lady Violet. Problem is, well, politics.
And I'll just throw this up for the Gathering of Branches folks who are here.
Hey, it's
Him.
Sir
You
Leaf.
just enjoy taunting them with his presence.
Yeah.
You do it every time.
Yeah,
Find a way
He
to
was
get
at
him in.
my wedding, and I have no idea who he is.
he's a political knight. It's fine.
Very lovely.
Oh,
Okay.
Mark, your webcam
I
looks like
know.
it's turned up.
Hold on.
He returns.
Mark is
Okay.
back. Back again.
Rebecca, just to respond, I can't kill him yet. He hasn't crossed me.
I
don't
think he's been pretty
cross me,
hospitable.
'cause I'm close.
Yeah.
To the
That's Edric's theme song. That's always.
That's his knight version. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start with Perin. Oh, we're gonna wait till Mark's camera is in functional state. No.
No worries. I got my 3 rounds planned out.
Is the cord broken on your webcam, Mark? Maybe.
No, I know what it is. It's just sometimes it has trouble because it's all USB and it's in a giant thing. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm asking questions.
Right. There is something I can do. I was thinking about this. I might cut my camera over so it's not pulling from the Discord for me, so it doesn't throw me around when things
Yeah.
go to sync. Might be a good call.
I've tried that before. It doesn't work.
Oh, well, that's
It freezes one camera or the other.
awesome.
Yep.
That's fair. Okay, let's start with Perin. You are at the high table. You have a lot of high table folk here. I did say I was gonna commit one more Baron and forgot to, so let me just pull from the group.
Oh, it's me? You want to give me baronship? Oh, that's so kind of you.
Oh.
I see how it is. I'm the last to be turned over for a position of Baron.
It's because of
I
my
got it.
wife, isn't it?
I gotta keep it narratively consistent, Edric.
Relax, I'm giving no one an extra barony. You're good.
Edric is a
I meant
far
Duke.
better knight, and yet he is consistently having the worst luck out of the group.
Are we gonna make
What
Florence a
the-
second Baron?
Double Baron! Yes!
Double Baron.
Double Baron
Baron.
all the way.
The double-barreled shotgun.
Ooh, double Baron shotgun. That's pretty good. I like that. That'll
Oh,
be our
yeah.
next. That'll be our next set of our next set of
PCs,
PCs.
We'll have 2 Barons and 1 extremely high combat character who's like high battle, high horsemanship. That'll be the shotgun.
Yes.
Double
Two Barons
Baron
and a
shotgun.
Oh, I
shotgun.
love it. I love it.
Well,
Favored son, sword of victory, double barreled shotgun.
it's the best. All right, so we got Duke Cornelius from up on the border of Mellahut. He's present, and then we have Lady Lilla's Baron husband, who I think we've only met him like. I don't even think we've seen him in a scene, or if we have, it was just one. And that's Sir Edrich. He is a Baron, much the same as Florence. A little bit more. He's old money, not new money, though. So, and with that, Perin, I think the feast is more than busy. So, pick your target and roll.
Where the hell's the constable?
Okay.
Well, where's the guy? It was the constable, yes, who said, "Hey, I want to talk to you," and then didn't show up and
Yeah.
isn't here. Yes, yeah, cool. I need to know what that man is doing right now, please.
And who or what do you want to approach, or is part of it trying to figure out who you ought to approach?
I think part of it is who I ought to approach,
Okay.
because I need to do this so casually. I need to not look like I'm looking for it. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Give
Yeah.
me an intrigue roll.
Oh shit! Wait.
What?
I'm gonna wait around, because if I get at least one geniality, I'm guaranteed to
You
succeed.
can't fumble? Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, exactly. Just in case.
Yeah.
Fuck.
What are the odds that it would happen twice in a row?
Instead, this is gonna be hard too. I'd like to speak to Lady Violet. Is her husband gonna be weird about it, considering recent events?
No, so actually probably wouldn't know, so I'm not gonna say no. He doesn't look like he doesn't stare any of you down.
He's not doing a Roderick Blaine's thing.
His last words to you all when he was the one to decree that these knights have been named.
But it was also made apparent at the trial that he just reported back what he had seen. Yeah.
And then when you were he didn't seem to have hard feelings when you were let off the hook. It's not yeah.
In that case, would it be possible to talk to them both?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
You're at the high table. It's not hard for you to talk to them. They're there, or they're standing nearby. Actually, Brassius doesn't Actually, no, he sits. He's not standing guard. That's probably Goratrix more so that stands guard.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to roll for specifically. I'd like to vibe check Sir Brastius, specifically about his feelings on King Uther, and I'd like to... Kane is here. Hello, Kane, my darling.
I'm waiting for someone to get King of the Bean. It's been a minute.
King of the Bean.
Yeah, I want King of the Bean to come out when we got Kane.
First things first, I want to interact with Violet and Brastius, and I want to vibe check him on how he's feeling about King Uther, because he's had a very roller coaster vibe, and I have not not really gotten a vibe check on him yet.
Mm-hmm.
That is a success.
Do you want to play this out? Is that what we're doing, or how do
I would love to. Sorry, did you want me to? I can approach them too.
Yeah,
I think Perin will come up and go, Lady Violet, Sir Brastius. I'm glad to see that you both look well.
Sir Perin, Sir Brastius says, and Lady Violet says, "Indeed, you as well, Sir Perin. It's good to see you."
It's been a rough year of harvest, but rough few years of harvest, but we've done well to lay some groundwork in Durnford to make sure that we're pulling through just fine. I hope things are well in your lands.
They are, in fact. Timsmouth treats us well. Our
Good.
new home.
Good. I was hoping to speak to Lady Violet, Sir Brastius, but I'm glad I was able to catch you too.
You sense a little bit, because you passed your intrigue, you sense a little bit of jab when she says our new home. It's implied with several undertones, one of which is Berwick St. James is no longer my home because your wife has now had claim to it.
Lady Violet, no, I'm sorry. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. He'll let that. He'll let that.
Tell you who it was, though.
It wasn't a real she didn't get inhospitable with it, but you could.
No, yeah, I get it.
It's one of those things
just
where you're left going, what did she?
She's bummed, and I happen to be the guy who has it now. Yeah, I get it. He just kind of lets that pass and goes. I wanted to be absolutely clear with you as well, Sir Brastius. I'm glad I caught you as well. I don't think it would be right for me to hold hard feelings. And I would like to assure you that I do not.
You were named ensorcelled by the Merlin. I've heard of his tricks several times from when I studied with the Duke. In fact, I've seen such sorceries myself with my own eyes.
As have I. But I understand. You were doing what your duty, and I'll be frank with you. Many of my compatriots hold grudges. Not necessarily for that, but war leaves a lot of wounds.
Indeed. I followed the heraldry and I saw the glares from Sir Jaren. I know that it was I that killed a relative of his on the battlefield.
Jaren is a deeply loyal person, as is Edrich. For both their sakes, I doubt they will let this go without some form of satisfaction. If you don't wish for it to come in blood, which I don't think you or I do, I suggest, and he looks to Lady Violet and he goes, I suggest the two of you make some efforts to forge some sort of respect. It's not, I don't mean to meddle, but... And, He looks to Lady Violet, but then he gives a quick glance to Brastius as well, and he goes, I have a great deal of respect for Lady Violet. She was very kind to me, and I wouldn't want her to suffer any more than she has already.
I am not a man who holds grudges. I serve with my sword. Those who deserve it. I've heard... I know how it looks to go so quickly from serving the Duke to serving his arch nemesis.
Aye.
But the land has chosen King Arthur, or King Uther.
Well, it's someday maybe if we find that kid again.
Freudian slip.
Freudian slip.
The land has chosen King Uther, and more importantly, I serve Igraine until my death. Or until hers.
I see. She's very lucky to have you.
I share a table here with many would-be adversaries. Why, just over there is Gortrix, one that vied for my wife's hand long ago. If I can put aside such petty squabbles, as we all must, to serve the king, I would expect no different from anyone whom I serve. We are knights. We will kill. In the name of our lords, in the name of our kings. Sometimes that will be other good people's relatives. It is the way of it. It has always been the way of it.
You and I understand that. And to a degree, so do Jaren and Edrich. But their honor, their version of honor, it still craves satisfaction. And if you do not wish it to be blood, I suggest, humbly, that you consider trying something different in this case. Some situations require a different touch. Uh-oh, I see somebody rolling something. That's a fail.
He nods and he says, very well. You speak the truth to me. They are Knights of the Sword. I will do my best to earn the respect.
Good. Lady Violet, as well, I understand the situation is somewhat complicated, and while I support Roderick's decision and everything, I will say that Salisbury will always be a home to you in my eyes.
Lady Violet nods. Of course, of course. You are not my foe in this. There are many things that are difficult and very many problems that the realm still faces. You know, Sir Perin, it is more important than ever that we can cast aside our difficulties and sue for peace. And I say that being fully aware that my last attempt to do so was not successful.
There's glory in the attempt, Lady Violet. There always is. If you'd like, and if Sir Brastius is comfortable, I'd like to remain in contact. Perhaps we can coordinate efforts. I have somewhat more pull than I used to when I was serving in your home.
Of course.
Good, good. I'll leave you two to enjoy the rest of the meal. Fish and more fish. How delightful.
Right?
Fish and green sauce.
Fish in cold green sauce.
The best.
The
Yeah.
best.
I'm imagining when
The bass, if you will.
when Sir Brastius was describing like many adversaries, he mentioned Sir Goratrix, who was completely fine with everything, and then just like in the background you can see just like Edrich glaring across the room, Michael Myers style.
Florence, your go, good sir.
All right. Florence, in preparation for his next two actions, is going to draw a card.
No. Get on.
I know. One. Two.
Do you ever notice that Florence always gets a lady card? Every single time? There's always
That is
something to
true.
do. Yeah, with the romance side of it.
I think I just had a stroke trying to read that first one. Wibdibibble.
Wib dib and abadib.
Actually, since it's Welsh,
Winnable.
it's Gwish Bish.
Wish.
Wish, wish, wish. Wish, bish is
Would you
throwing
like to play a
rumors
game
around
of
here.
Wish?
Gaming opposed.
Wish, wish it over here. Game with me.
Uh,
Game with me, Florence.
No, because I'm bad.
Damn you.
Oh, fairies
Uh,
and spirits. Interesting.
Ooh.
That doesn't parallel a particular Sir Edward moment.
Yeah. I'll do about
Indeed.
things real. A lady asks you if you believe in fairies and spirits.
Well, I don't know about that, but I have a friend that claims he saw a unicorn one time. I don't believe him. Anyway.
Also, I do think it's
We
funny.
killed with our own blades.
Yes, I do think it's funny that it's spiritual and worldly, despite the fact that the pagan stat is like worldly. So pagans would be like, I don't believe in fairies. Fuck that shit. All right.
Is the
Here we
pagan
go.
one worldly? I don't think the pagan was.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
A lot of like the pagan
Yeah.
buildings is worldly. Like pagan temple is worldly.
That's weird.
Weird.
Yeah.
Spiritual success.
It might just be a holdover from the old crappy system.
Worldly is also success.
And consequently, so is worldly.
So is worldly. I'm going to pick spiritual. So I think that makes more sense.
Okay. Makes sense.
So you tell her your own story about fairies. Roll fairy lore. On a success, +1 geniality. Unlikely to succeed.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Is this, what does this look like for Florence? And this is probably who could it be? It's not gonna be Pomponia. It'd be amusing if it was the
Uh,
one that actually, because she's here. It'd be amusing if it was Lady Ira.
Lady Ira,
I
yes.
Yeah.
think it'd be
That'd be
overkill.
funny.
This was the conversation that first drew us together. If your answer isn't "fuck them," I don't care. Then you're so different from Edward, I cannot even see his shadow.
Okay, so we're gonna do random chimeric knight, and then we're gonna do for the lady's name instead. Come down here.
Jesus Christ.
Gand.
19 cruel.
Eager. Sounds like a cruel person.
Eager. Wonderful.
You hate Saxons. She's very cruel. We're gonna sort her out.
Oh, that's great. We're gonna make her from Broughton too in Salisbury. So. Lady Eager of, or no, wait, yeah, Lady Eager of Broughton, Salisbury.
All right. Oh, I think I know exactly what story Florence is going to tell. He's going to talk about the adventure of his great friend Sir Perin and how during a race he managed to get himself lost and stumble upon a unicorn. And I'm going to roll loyalty sword of victory.
Okay.
So I'm talking up my bro. Well, that's a fail.
No!
Goes down by one.
Didn't you already
And
roll?
I gotta
this?
tell
no,
you.
not down by one.
Didn't you already
Not
roll?
down by one.
No, that was the
No, he has to
the
roll.
spiritual roll.
Yeah,
I gotta
he has
roll
to roll
fairy
fairy
law.
law to get the thing.
I gotta tell you,
It's not down by one because it's just a 50.
Oh, all right.
I love my sword of victory friends, but I think one of them's plotting murder and the other one's plotting treason. So
Edrich isn't plotting murder. Edrich is keeping his eyes
Right.
open for opportunity.
plotting murders, plural.
Murders.
Yeah, no.
That was a hard no, apparently. What does that mean then for the card? It just means not getting.
Yeah, just not a
It's
success.
just not
You
interesting.
don't get the extra geniality.
Okay, so it still nets you one for the card and then one for
One genius being above the soul.
Yeah.
Right, Sir Florence coming in with 2. And that seems to be enough for Lady Eager. I'm gonna keep some of these Salisbury folk around because I think the game might get a little more insular come anarchy. So, see.
Really? I'm sure we'll be seeing lots of interesting new people.
Indeed.
They'll be coming to our walls in droves.
Let's move on to Edrich for round 1.
Absolutely. For my first go, I'm just gonna draw some cards. Mostly because it's my main opportunity to get glory down here.
All right.
Geniality, rather. Drunken Lout? Oh, that's how we met Sir Bernie Pants. Inflamed Passions? And insult to a lady. It's insult to a lady.
Right? Insult to a lady is what you're going with?
Yes.
Is this gonna be your wife?
It may very well be.
All right.
I think Edrich is, as he normally is when he's not having an amazing time, he's hyper-vigilant. He's looking out for things, he's noticing stuff, and the moment someone strikes up a conversation with his wife, he's listening with his ears while scanning the room, and the moment some of the talk becomes a little bit pointed, his head slowly, like an owl, turns. And I would like to roll honor. That is a success. Edrich puts his knife down as he stands, and walks towards this knight, and says, I feel perhaps you forget yourself in this time and in this place, Sir Knight.
Okay, hold on one sec. I want to see who this is.
Hell yes.
I'll do 1 to, 10? I'm just drawing it out for the stream. 11 to
All good.
14 will be Kenrick. He has a good time. Sometimes he says things he doesn't mean to. No, it's gonna be Bar. Bar is the type to have a big mouth. Who else is here? 15 will be Loof.
Oh, I hope it's Loof.
16 to 17 will be Dula. 18 will be Sir Ufo. And 19 to 20. It has to be a knight because I don't want it to be a big dog. If it's a big dog, then it puts a spin on it I don't want there.
Indeed.
I'll say a 20 is Jaren. You know, he's not here to be your enemy, but she is a Saxon.
Exactly. Please let it be a 15. Please, my God, let it be a 15.
You know, it'd be funny. If we put Sir Kane on here too.
He starts telling a joke and Edrich appears behind him.
Yeah. You know, I'm gonna switch Jareth and Kane because I think the fumble on this is like everyone's like, dude, that's the comedian. You don't try to fight the comedian, like, you know.
You don't try and fight the comedian.
There we go. There's the list. Now let's see it.
All right.
I hope you guys aren't gonna make me have to stop another clown on clown violence.
Come on, do this for our gobbo friends. Are you rolling or am I?
You're rolling. D20.
Oh,
yeah, sorry.
Absolutely.
I thought you were
7. Random night.
Random
No,
night.
I.
All that for a random night.
All that for a random night.
Sir Ion, Sir Ian, I guess is how that's pronounced. Of local or D20 even equals local. Okay, is local. So Ian of Broad of Salisbury.
You've likely heard of the marriage.
Yeah, well, I mean, she stands out a bit like a sore thumb, and he says something, you don't catch the full thing, but it's definitely like alludes to maybe her being a knight in disguise, not a you know what? Yeah, it's like it's meant to be like maybe that's a knight, like maybe that's not a lady at all, right? Like it's kind of cruel, but not more in like a oh you're tall and big, ha ha ha, kind of way, dumb Saxon kind of way. Yeah.
In that case, here's what I imagine happens. He hears the snippet of conversation, and there is a loud as he drives the dagger into the table, and then he stands quite slowly, turning towards this Sir Ian, and goes, "Perhaps, Sir Knight, you forget your place, and indeed the location. Would you care to retract those words?"
And let's find out.
We have. I rolled honor, and I got a success. The knight apologizes.
Okay, so the knight apologizes. He says, forgive me. I meant no harm by it. Just tried to have a bit of fun. Let it get out of hand.
See to it that it does not. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
You as well, Sir Edrich.
As he walks away, Edrich says to Oslav, "I didn't like him. Did it show?"
She just
and that
says,
is-
"Next time, can I punch him?"
Next time.
And
We have
that
given
leaves
him
the
one.
handmaiden
Yes.
protesting, like, as you walk off.
Very well. Yeah. Yes, it is not the way to do things, but if he does it again, he's asking for it.
Yeah.
But yes, to geniality.
All right, you got it. And that brings us to the end of round 1. And about this time, there are a couple of guests that arrive. You see the lady in white.
Oh. Last time I saw her, I was threatening her life and not asking her name.
With her is one Summerland lady who Dallin would recognize being present. Lady Gwynedd is here.
It is unlikely that Edrich would.
Indeed.
Oh, you're muted, Perin.
I muted myself in order to speak. Amazing. Weird question, Bob.
Yeah.
So this is for Dallin. Is Lady Gwynedd like married yet? She's still. She's still not married?
you haven't really heard from her. Things got a little busy with your situation with your brother in the forest, and you've been meaning to get out that way, but well, things keep happening that make the whole realm unstable. So you just haven't found a way.
All right, well, that's what Dallin's doing for the rest of the feast. Like, dropping everything to go and figure that out.
Yeah, and we'll probably play into that like in a round or so. We'll
Sure.
zero in, give that, because we've had a couple.
We
of
could
those
also
with
just let it happen off screen too. It's not super important to me.
There's some things I kind of want to
Interesting.
bring out, anyways. So.
Okay.
But specifically for Edrich and Florence, you see that the lady who healed Prince Madoc is here. First time you've seen her since that day.
Quite so.
Dazzling. Okay, round 2. We're back to Perin.
Back to Perin.
There was one thing you wanted to know that you didn't get out of Violet and Brassius.
There was?
The Uther thing.
That too, but you also wanted to know who to talk to, or you're gonna wait around to find that out.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. That's actually what I'm doing this round now that I've got some geniality, because I cannot fail. I would like to now roll to find out what the fuck is up with the constable, where he's at, and I'd like to find that out as subtly as possible. Here we go. The only thing I ever roll at feasts. Yeah. I could have been better.
Okay. So I think thematically, who would you approach for this to kind of ask? Would it be Violet? Would it be the two? Would it be Goratrix? Who makes sense for? Who would Perin ask to?
I think he'd drop by a couple of people and just kind of pick up pieces of the story from a couple different places. As much as I'd love to interact with the duo, which it seems like you fixed them, you found my trap. It as much as I'd like to, I like the duo probably know what's going on best, but I think they don't like me, so that's probably not my way in.
Yeah,
They're probably a little too canny too.
Yeah, Lady Igraine hates me. What about? Oh, Roderick would probably let me know anyway. Yeah, what do you think, Bob? Can I include that as part of my roles, figuring out who the best person to talk to is?
Well, that's kind of what I'm giving. I'm just curious who you'd be speaking to find out, like, who to talk to about this. I know it sounds weird. Basically, I'm just wondering who would be
Gotcha,
in the know
no.
that you're asking questions.
Gotcha.
Because you are
let's
asking questions with somebody
let's
about...
start with Goratrix. I trust Goratrix not to
Okay.
fuck me over.
Goratrix isn't canny enough, but he'll see what he can do.
And with Goratrix, you've passed the role, so Goratrix, you would know this. You know that Sir Gelhut is here? Who's
That's
one of the famous Knights of the Realm. He's always seen traveling with Argon. And Argon's not here. So
It makes me more nervous.
Oh yeah, they're basically inseparable most of the time. But that said, you can probably ask him where he is.
Have you ever seen them in different places before?
Not really. There are only certain times where we travel together. One of them is, well, when hunting the same kind of person. And the other is feast.
I have a suspicion I know where he is. Okay, well, thank you very much, Goratrix. I'll go speak to Galahad.
With that thing that you said, that you have a suspicion where you know where he is, are you going to finish that thought and tell me, or is this just a cryptic thing?
No, it's just for me. Thank you, Goratrix.
I understand. My family is the same way. Enjoy the rest of the feast.
Oh, and you know what? I'm sorry, I forgot. I heard you were married as well. How's that going?
Fine.
All right, I'll take the hint and leave. And farewell.
it's great. I love it. It's the best.
All right, let's talk to Mr. Galahad.
Okay.
As Perin makes his way up, he goes, Sir Galahad, I'm not sure if the two of us were formally introduced, but I've seen you around before.
Oh, yes. One of the Knights of the Sword.
Yes, that's correct.
He is known to be big and tough. He is notable for his Valorous 19, his Spear expertise of 23, and his Glory of 8,200.
That guy's probably a real danger on the horse. It's good.
I have to get this guy.
Perin kind of goes, I hope you don't mind me approaching you.
You're at the high table. You belong here just as much as I do.
Yes, but you're quite close to... What's the constable's name? I'm sorry, I keep
Sir
forgetting.
Argon.
Sir Argon. You're quite close to Sir Argon, yes? Both times that I've met the man, I've seen you near as well.
He looks a little apprehensive. I am, indeed.
I had just got finished speaking with Sir Brastius. After the recent trial and the accusations laid upon us, I wanted to speak with him and Sir Argon. Argon, yeah. Argon. I wanted to speak to him and Sir Argon and make sure that everybody was comfortable with the result and with the accusations in the first place.
I think we'd all be more comfortable if we could find Merlin and hang him for it. Or burn him, I suppose.
You'll get no argument from me there. I don't like being played for a fool myself, but that was a notable dodge of the question. I was informed recently that he would be coming to visit me, and he missed his date. Is he unwell, or is it possible that he's at my home right now?
He raises a brow at that and says, "Oh yes, he said he had some matters in Salisbury to look into, but Sir Argon is he's seeing to business at home currently."
I see.
You watch his eyes instinctively look over to Uther and Igraine, it's for half a second. And you can't quite... You know what, you're paranoid, so you probably take that in
That's
a very,
true.
oh
Should
my
I roll...
god sort of way.
Should I roll a directed trait even?
Yeah. You bet. Oh,
Wow!
Oh,
What do you
boy.
know?
What is your... That was a natural 20. What is your suspicious Uther rating?
My suspicious Uther is 22, good sir.
Oh boy. That is glorious and quite bad.
I'm a little sus of the man.
that's fair. Well, I think in this case, you can raise your suspicious Uther by 1, just on
Hell yes! Yes! Yes!
You're making him too powerful.
And what would be Perin's most paranoid worst fear out of this whole situation? Because that is, I think.
Paranoid worst fear is that somebody, specifically the person he talked to in the last episode, might have given him up, and he's currently under investigation for the thing that he's working on.
Okay. Yeah, so that is currently what that's what that glance means to you.
Cool.
Now I will spoil out of character and say that is not exactly how this is playing out.
Don't worry,
yeah,
Bob.
yeah.
Perin's cool. He's not gonna panic and start stabbing. It's all right.
It starts lighting things on fire.
Yeah. Well, flip the table and run, boys. He just smiles at that and he goes, "I see. Well, I wish him luck in the endeavor. I'll instead, if you're comfortable, relay what I meant to say to him to you. Is that something you're all right with?"
Very well.
Obviously, your Sir Argan was just doing his duty, as was Sir Brastius. I have no hard feelings about the subject, but a few of my friends can be a little touchy. I'm going to do my best to make sure that the event stays in the past, and I would love to know if Sir Argan intends to do the same. Though, of course, he has his duty. If he wasn't carrying a healthy degree of suspicion, I would say that he wouldn't be doing his job properly.
He's a friend of mine. I don't play in his business. I protect him on the road. And
You're luckier for it.
Even still, I imagine when business at home is dealt with, we'll see him again. Perhaps by the winter.
Well, I look forward to speaking to him, hopefully under more comfortable circumstances. I did enjoy speaking with him before all this business. Maybe I'd like to challenge him to another game sometime.
He does like his games. Though not as much as dueling. It's one of the best, after all.
It was a fine pastime of mine as well. Though my injury has prevented such things from... I've been improving, though, and it's allowed me to focus my efforts in other regards.
A sword is a useful tool. Especially when unhorsed.
Aye.
He is like,
Certain-
you get a very clear, like, this is not an intrigue-based guy. Like, this is Goratrix.
He's not speaking in metaphor.
No.
Yeah.
No.
All right, I like
Yeah.
him better then.
Yeah. He is,
I like
he's
him more.
clearly a combatant, big and tough guy. He's not kind and humble enough to be a Goratrix. That's the only thing. He's a bit more of your, if you were to be like, what does a killer in the Age of Uther look like? This would be one of those guys.
Perin smiles and goes, "Enjoy the feast, Sir Galahad. Yeah. I
You
thank
as
you for
well.
giving me the time."
Of course. You're a Knight of the Sword, after all.
Yes. Good day.
Okay.
And he'll make his way away.
How away? You're not running, right? You're not playing the
No.
feast. Okay.
Not yet, though.
Okay.
I will say the second we are released, I think Perin's going to have a conversation with somebody that reminds him of something urgent he needs to do back at his household.
All right.
God, if our situations were reversed, you could not stop Sir Edrich from leaving as quick as he could. Oh, someone's on to the regicide plot? Yep.
Can't do that. Uther's right here. You can't leave in front of Uther. I'm not doing regicide. On another note, I gotta walk out that door right now.
Yeah, very quickly and very suspiciously. That's the difference of two intrigue.
That's great. All right. We are on to Florence for round 2.
All right. With this, Florence is going to approach Duke Ulfius and Sir Ulf.
Sir Ufo. Yeah.
Ufo.
Yeah. All right.
She would approach and go. Just kind of wandering around as if not paying attention and going, Duke Ulfius! A coincidence. Glad to have run into you. How have you been? You enjoying the feast so far?
Sir Florence, you seem in better spirits than the last time we spoke.
Well, I've had time to catch my breath and perhaps focus my mind a little more. I'll be honest, I was a little off balance last time I was in your presence, so well, I promise to be much more civil this time around.
I understand. Son, this is Sir Florence. This is one of the Knights of the Sword. Florence, this is my son Ufo.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Ulfo. I hope you have been doing well at this feast too.
I am. He doesn't speak much. And
Yeah.
It's a clear, like, I think... Actually, it wouldn't necessarily be clear for Florence, because Florence doesn't really do the intriguey thing. But what is your intention here? Because you should
He's
probably
not
get...
bad at it.
Florence's intention here is to
That's true, he's
gain...
been climbing.
Yeah, is to gain a positive thoughts from Uthius. So his plan is to offer Duke Ulfius a gift.
Right, that's right, okay.
To go, Duke Ulfius, there is something I would like to offer to you, a gift, as it were. See, I understand that perhaps my last appearance in your court may have been uncomfortable, and for that you have my utmost apology. As well, I wish to offer you something that has recently become a passion close to my heart. You see, quite recently I purchased a kennel of hounds, of which I've been insuring and making sure to get the best of the best, as it were. With that, I would like to humbly offer to you one of my finest hounds, a hunting companion for you and your family, and whenever the need shall arise.
This is going to be a courtesy roll, is my thought.
All right. That makes sense. Courtesy +2. Yeah, let's do success.
We are taught forgiveness, we British Christian and Roman Christian alike. And for that, I will look past your transgressions in my house, Florence, and gratefully accept this hound. I can do no more until the matters with Sir Blaine's are dealt with.
Of course.
Under
That's
God's
most
eyes, such a duel will be witnessed, and I will be there myself in person, setting aside my own duties to oversee the affairs.
I see. Well, for that you have my gratitude. May God look upon this, and may whoever have his favor stand the victor.
He nods.
Well then, I think with that, I will take my leave. Duke Orpheus? So,
Ufo nods, and Ulfius, kind of does the same. Ulfius just says, "Go with peace, Knight of the Sword."
to you as well. God bless you.
All right. So that is worth 2 for you.
Yep.
Okay, and we're on to Edrich.
I think Edrich, with the arrival of some of the new guests, he would like to speak to the Lady in White. There is an ulterior motive, that of seeing if she knows anything about Merlin, or if there's a recent kind of location. But mostly he would like to thank her for saving the life of the prince, and apologize for his conduct.
Okay.
But yes, Edrich approaches, bowing his head to the Lady in White and the noble lady by her side. Does he recognize the house?
You can do a recognize roll. I think at best you would just recognize it as a Summerland house. Yeah.
Yeah. He's got nothing. But he will say, my lady. And his eyes are fixed on the Lady in White and says, I apologize for intruding, but I merely wanted to apologize for the last time we spoke. It was a tense situation, and though I cannot excuse my conduct, I would thank you for all that you did for saving the life of the prince.
Noble knights do as they will. They always have. I understand that your god teaches forgiveness. To hide behind such a shield is seen too often in both court and the battlefield.
I have learned in and out of the battlefield that that shield depends entirely upon one's own hands and heart. But with that in mind, forgiveness or no, I would like to apologize.
I do not
After
even
all,
remember
Knight.
you,
Oh, sorry.
Sir Knight.
What's my modest? My modest is 12. I'm fine with that.
Test
Good.
proud.
Ooh, very well.
Fumble
on proud, I'm
excuse
good.
me?
No, fumble's okay, because if I had you fumble modest, that would have been way more entertaining.
Yeah, that would have been quite bad. That would have been very entertaining. As it is, Edrich is aware that he's a speck of cosmic dust. That's his main thing, baby. But he will say, very good. When last we spoke, you mentioned the Merlin. Have you seen him recently?
No. And I don't really interact with Merlin.
I see. Could I roll an intrigue, if I may, or some form of check to...
You may.
Yes. Gather any kind of... She doesn't interact with the Merlin, really. What does that mean, as such? That is a success. What's her deal? What's her deal, Magic Man?
I don't think you really know her deal, but what I will give you is this. Because you passed your intrigue. She is honest. You can tell in her words, she is honest. Like, you know from your cousin, the Gortrix is from Gortrix, that Merlin's a big deal in the religion, right?
Yeah. He's the Pope of the pagans.
Right. Archdruid. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean, I mean, how often have you interacted with your Pope? Or even your
Very few
Archbishop? You know? So in that sense, I think you're getting the sense when she says that, you're like, she very much does her own thing. Whoever she serves, it's not Merlin's account. In fact,
Oh no, fractions in the wizards.
yeah. In fact, I'll give you
In
this
fact.
because you intrigued high enough. She doesn't look the person, but the thing that would resemble more is, I think you guys witnessed the lady in the lake, yes?
Yes.
We
think-
saw a glimmer for sure.
Glimmer, and I think that's more what you acquaint her to. The white clothing, the I guess she's not. Yeah, she's fair. The fair features. I had to check her stats real quick. The fair features.
Yeah.
There's something a little less, the other one was like what you saw there was otherworldly or wordly, depending on
And this is
whether you roll it or not.
overtly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel that Edrich kind of he's an observant person, and in this he recognizes someone as a little more than human. And to the observant as well, they would see a very quick flash of a grimace across his face. He goes, "Well, thank you very much, my lady."
Indeed.
And Edrich will, his curiosity not sated, not by any means, but she does not care for the Merlin, and he will get no information out of her just yet. And of course, he wants away from the Fae. They've been nothing but trouble.
And I should note too, I keep failing to bring it. Her like standout quality is a beautiful voice. So she has like almost a singy voice to her. She speaks.
Edric's shown attraction to one woman, and that's
Yeah.
not changing. Even the Duchess Igraine.
This is worth noting for like standout qualities.
Definitely.
You also get a sense that she would not be a pushover in court. Like, she would actually do quite well amongst the nobles.
Oh yes.
She'll call
she
you.
has
She'll call you
remarkable
stinky
promotion.
bitch, but she'll call you a stinky bitch, but she'll also like know how to do it in a way that embarrasses you.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, I will say this because I normally forget to bring up the distinctive features as well. Edrich has good hair, high cheekbones, and a musical voice.
Yeah, I remember the musical voice. It says, is bringing that up. So,
Hell yeah. But that's me pretty much. He will be watching her, but not like in the way that he glares at Sir Brastius.
I will say this too. You see, like, I'll say the thing that you mark, just because it'll be fun to have note of this, is you watch Lady Gwynedd and Sir Dallin kind of notice each other, and they both start to make towards each other in the feast, and you just notice, you're like, oh, interesting. Because you didn't really know
The
Dallin that
Summerland
well,
plan
but
a coup.
all right.
But yeah. Oh, I will say this: I only get one geniality because I am below the salt.
Awesome. Last turn you got 2 though, right?
Yeah, because of the card.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you very much.
Awesome. And then I think we'll go. So as we move into round 3, I got 2 things first. We're gonna go to a moment I think with Dallin and Lady Gwynedd.
I gotta get back into the
Yeah,
Dallin
it's been a
place.
minute, so take your time.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm ready. I'm ready. Ooh. I'm Dallin. Hello. This is what Dallin sounds like. Ah!
And remind me,
Ah!
so Gwyned's one of the few people that actually knew what
Correct.
Dallin was
Yes.
Elizabeth. Yeah.
For people who are just joining the stream and has not watched prologue as well, or the video or whatever, years ago, Dallin of Durnford, Perin's cousin, got lost in the Fae for a little while during the invasion of Summerlin County, and when they popped out, they had interacted and fought a creature called the Goblin Knight and defeated them. And they were picked up by some Summerlin knights that took them captive, but a very polite captive. And during that time is when Dallin met Lady Gwynedd, and they released Dallin without ransom, which was a huge, huge deal. So that's how they know each other. But yes, Lady Gwynedd is aware of Dallin's secret.
All right. I think Gwynedd stops a couple spaces away. It looks like she's gonna hug Dallin because it's been so long, and she stops.
Dallin also kind of freezes in like they were ready for it, and then it stopped, and now all of a sudden they're like, oh, do I go? Do I? And Dallin just kind of laughs and goes, it's good to see you, Lady Gwynedd.
So Dallin, I'm glad to see you survived everything. Many knights didn't return from the north.
I've been lucky, some would look at it. I've been given my own manor home down in Camelot Forest. It's an outpost, so I
didn't notice the coat of arms at first.
Yeah, I was able to get my own designed. I tried to keep a little bit of Durnford in it, but
how are things?
Fine. Things are fine. The homestead is growing. Knights, mostly mercenary knights, come and visit. Helps keep the property safe. The last lord was murdered, so I've been doing what I can to make sure that doesn't happen to me as well. I haven't been to too many feasts, but I've looked for you at most of them. All of them.
Things have been expanding back home. I have some wonderful people around me now. You'll have to see them someday. Lady Olwyn. I think she might even be from near here, not far.
I see. I think I've only met one or two knights from Summerland recently.
Eronwy, right? She had mentioned.
Yes.
She's a knight now, dame.
Is she?
Yeah.
Is she?
Our prince, our count's son. She corrects herself.
I see.
Knighted.
That's wonderful. You can understand why I would be in favor of such a decision.
She serves us well there.
I don't doubt it.
I
remember
recognized actually for. She managed to best the Goblin Knight and Samhain.
Did she? Pity I didn't have an opportunity to give her advice when I last spoke to her.
She's a crafty one at that. Her and
I don't doubt it.
a few other knights, mercenary knights,
I see.
have refilled the ranks after Derwin didn't return. You remember Derwin being the...
I do remember Derwin. Dallin, I think, actually has an inscription on their shield that's dedicated to Derwin.
That's right.
That's something I just made up right now, so you wouldn't.
Dallin was there when Derwin died. That's right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Dallin nods and goes, "Yes, I was quite impressed with Ronway when they, well, she would make a good knight. I'm happy to hear that that's the case. And what about you? Have you remarried?"
My husband remains alive.
Oh, right, of course. I'm sorry to hear that he has not recovered more.
Indeed. She there's no hope in her voice when she responds to that.
It's been years now. I think it's been over a decade. Is that right?
It's been a long time, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been 82, yeah. It's been 11 years since that happened.
Dallin goes, I see. Well, I'm happy to hear that you've got people you can trust in there, at least. It can be, well, it can be rather lonely. It's good to have people that you trust.
It is. I haven't been this far out of Summerland in some time. It's nice to see the courts of Logres again.
Yes, yes, it is quite nice.
Would you... if there's time, maybe we could catch up one day.
I would like that. Yes. The manor keeps me busy, but given that it's mostly just me and a few occasionally camped out mercenary knights, my responsibilities are relatively light. I would be happy to. If you need a traveling companion, someone to help keep you safe, I'd be happy to spare some time if Roderick will spare me. And I imagine he will. He's tried to keep me out of sight since he's made understandable calls.
Roderick, yes. One of his knights frequents our court. Sir Loof.
You've heard of Sir Loof. I've heard he's a good knight.
An ambitious one, I would say.
Pity.
He's after my heir's hand in marriage, I suspect.
As someone who has carefully avoided marriage proposals for the last 16 years, I understand that kind of pressure.
With that, you see the lady that was with Gwynedd kind of come up and stand beside the two of you, and she just nods. And it's about that point that you hear like a loud mischief, because you're having this sort of towards the hall. You can, or towards the end of the hall, you can hear what sounds like a lot of like clamoring. Definitely knights in armor moving this way, and there's some shouting, and a group of soldiers push through. Doors open. You see Sir Argan at the front, his hands bound together. Beside him is Sir Gwillem. And there are a number
Okay.
of other knights. The three are here. There are other knights from London. Some of Uther's household knights are here. And they seem to be bringing Sir Argan in. And with that, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back.
Whoa.
soon.
Indeed.
Whoa!
That's a twist.
Oh, what?
Yeah. We'll be back soon. See ya then. We are back. There we go. It was longer than I thought. Hi. Ads should be over with for those tuning in. Hopefully you don't get ads, and we're back, and I'll fill a little extra space just in case you're still stuck watching ads, so we can get into what's being said. As the retinue come through with the rest of Uther's knights, there are a couple of others present. I don't think I have their pictures. But a couple other of Uther's household knights are here. Forgot to put Dogged up here. There's another knight just looming about, kind of looking after Lady Gwynedd as she's talking to Dallin. When Lady Gwynedd's talking to Dallin, eventually this lady in white, just as the noise is happening, and right before Argan gets pulled into the courtroom, she taps Lady Gwynedd on the arm and says, "We'll be needed soon." And with that, she turns around and walks away, and Lady Gwynedd looks to Dallin and says, I have to go.
Of course. I'll try to catch you before you leave.
She nods.
And for the first time ever, Dallin wrapped up a conversation before engaging in whatever the fuck danger threat was in the room.
Right? Okay. So, Argan gets pulled in, and he looks really mad. Like, really mad right now. As he gets pulled forward, and he gets kind of shoved forward. I imagine, like, Goratrix and everyone else, like, moves to kind of surround him, just to put distance between and the king. What do the three of you do in this moment? Anything in particular? Thomas, you might be on mute, by the way.
No.
Okay.
I've just been going to speak, but then you've
Gotcha.
spoken, and I wasn't going to interrupt. I was making mouth movements.
Okay. I thought you
But
were...
yeah. I will say the moment that there was the clattering and clamoring of armor, Edrich rolled his eyes and grasped a soup spoon like he would a dagger. But as more people come in, he will be part of the barrier between the enraged Sir Argan and others.
Okay.
Joke's on you.
He's
Perin's grabbing a chair. He's seen the effectiveness of that weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
Yeah.
Duke Ulfius is actually the one to sort of rise and speak in this moment, because he's the host of the royal court right now, or rather the host. I guess technically Uther is royal court, but Ulfius is the one welcoming Uther in his lands, and he's not tolerating this shit. So he says, "What is the meaning of this?" And I forget his name. Sir Gwillem says, "We have brought in Sir Argan at Milgid." And Ulfius says, "For what purpose is Sir Argan a royal constable in chains?" And Sir Gwillem looks and says, "For the murder of his wife." Intrigue tests. I'm gonna go to Perin. You're gonna get a +2 here. Everyone use your geniality.
I get my geniality and a +2, Bob.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
Yep. Your proximity to the king in his response.
Right on. All right, let's.
Nope.
That's
Success
great.
on intrigue.
Florence is Florence part of the barrier too, or what is Florence doing? Is just watching off to the side?
Florence is watching rather confused off to the side.
Edrich is close and monitoring, perhaps not the people behind him. Nice. But Sir Argan specifically. Your intrigue is a 19?
My intrigue is a 19, correct.
You're getting so much glory, man.
It's been a good feast for Perin.
Yeah.
Perin, you look at the look on Uther's face, and you can tell that he doesn't want Argan to be here, and he doesn't want Argan to say what he's going to say. And
Oh.
when Argon is pushed forward, he strides a couple steps, clearly a little bruised and battered, but just fierce as can be. You've never seen, this is usually a cool and cold looking guy. He is really mad right now. And he looks to everyone around and then he glares at Uther and says, "The king has made me a cuckold, and I have dealt with the matter myself. I challenge you, King Uther. Duel me right here. Let's be done with this and your shame." Instantly, knights start jumping up to defend King Uther. I imagine Gorlois is probably one to offer his sword. Or
Oh,
no?
absolutely. He's like, he does the Winterbourne Stoke swoop behind King Uther and is like, "May I throw him out, your majesty?" Edrich is, despite his fierce loyalty to the king, on his successful intrigue, does he detect... I imagine he sees that Argon is not lying, right? Or...
No, it's very clear that he is convinced that this is the truth. And I think all of you had a chance at Perin, or I want to say it was Perin's wedding. Whichever one Argon showed up with, he showed up with his like gorgeous wife, who's like appearance. It's up there, not quite a green, but it's up there. She's someone that was spoken of greatly. It sounds like this might be very well of another matter of the king getting his hand caught in the cookie jar once again.
That's what Edrich suspects, and Edrich is scowling.
To make something much worse than that. But...
The king is
Yes.
is being led around by his short sword, we'll say.
Yeah.
Indeed so. And he is nursing a coldly brewing fury, not just towards the king for doing what he deems as irrational, but also to as a newly married man himself, Sir Argon murdering his wife for the crimes of another. He's annoyed. He's just staring daggers into the back of Sir Argon's neck.
Madoc is one of the people that steps forward to defend his father. He says, "I can deal with him." And instantly,
I think
that draws out a whole bunch of other people to step in his place.
Yeah, I think Florence would as well.
Okay.
Would lend, specifically, he would lend his spear to the king and fight on his behalf. In fact, he might do so just kind of walking up to Uther. Instead of everyone's like loud, boastful, "I'll lend my sword," he just calmly walks up to Uther's side and then just kind of says, "If you would like, my king, it would be my pleasure to put down this swine who would dare accuse you of such vile actions."
I would do no such thing. He has embarrassed me in my own court. I will make short of his lies and put his head on a stake.
Of course, my king.
I accept your challenge, and I have not had a drink this night, so let us do it now. Sir Argon nods. People begin to follow and organize as quickly the matters start to shift to the outside, as Uther looks like he's about to duel this night.
I think one thing Florence would like to check, just to make sure, is this duel to the blood or to the death?
This is not a to the blood.
I don't think it's been established, but I've got a guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Edrich will follow as well, quiet.
I think
and
Florence.
observant. You go.
I think Florence will actually pull up to the side of Sir Edrich and go, I hope you know that Sir Argon cannot win this fight. No matter what happens during this duel, the king must live.
I'm aware of this, and I have faith in the combat skills of our king, though his not accepting the offers of the others is irritating. He is led
If
by hot
not-
blood.
If not, Sir Edrich, it'll be required of those most loyal to the crown to support the prince and our heir, should the most unfortunate happen. We'll
It will be
talk
done.
later.
We will. I know my duty. And you might be able to, in the background, Gortrix, being a very rare voice of reason, Your Majesty, if I may. But I imagine King Uther is on the warpath.
Mr. Bob.
Yep.
Now, I'm gonna ask to roll an intrigue for something.
Yep.
But I'm not gonna do an action. This is just going to be information that I'm gaining.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna roll it first before I tell you what I'm looking for. Okay, not as high as it could be. Boy, that was a bad roll. But, so I don't think Perin has the vial on him. I don't think he was planning on having it today.
Mm.
But there are not many eyes looking at his seat, are there?
No.
Interesting. All right, I think Perin has an idea for the future now.
Okay.
The next time this happens,
For the next time this
Yeah,
happens.
next time this happens. Just gotta get someone to challenge the king to a duel.
I simply need somebody to piss Uther off enough that he gets up and everybody needs to know what happens next. That's all I need to do.
I thought you were just gonna like chuck the vial of poison at him.
Yeah. Here.
like breaks against the back of his head. Ow!
Here. Somebody need to give Sir Brastius, or not Sir Brastius, Sir Argon a blade. Here, let me give this blade. Oops, I dropped it into this weird vat of blue liquid. Strange.
Can we waylay just like 20 minutes, let it dry?
20
a little
minutes.
bit?
I gotta
Yeah.
oil this sword, make sure it's sharpened properly, and then
Meanwhile, you got Uther going, why are you helping him?
Also, Perin would like to, assuming Uther's drawing the Sword of Victory, Perin would like to look away. Just making that clear.
Yeah. So I'm gonna note this: when they get out to the muddy field where this is gonna take place, the crowd is watching. They both
perfect.
They both mount up on their steeds, and then immediately Uther slides off his steed, drops his spear, and pulls out the Sword of Victory. Which
Yeah.
never.
Can I have stayed in the feast hall? Is that doable?
Do you want to?
Would it be like a bad sign? Like, would people be upset with me?
There are likely a few people here, though. It's probably not an empty feast hall.
No, I know I can't do anything, but yeah. I would rather stay in the feast hall.
Someone might notice.
It's just good to know. It's reassuring to know that there are these opportunities that just come my way every once in a while if I wait long enough.
It turns out that people's own flaws give you openings.
Yeah,
it's
it's great.
fascinating.
It works great. All right, sorry, that's all. So yeah, Perin's inside.
Awareness roll, Perin, before we go to the focus on the outside.
Oh, yes, I love awareness rolls. Do I get my geniality?
I am sure. Yep.
Yeah!
Hell yeah.
Someone else is trying to
Oh,
poison
no.
the king.
No! And it shall remain a mystery.
You hear a voice immediately behind you when you're just kind of glancing over and observing the room and specifically looking in the direction of where Uther once sat. And it's a sing-songy voice of the lady in white. She says, "Such a lovely cup, isn't it?"
Yes. Aye, Uther has a taste for the finer things, doesn't he?
That's one way to say, yes.
I wonder if the cup was made for him, or if it once belonged to someone else.
Well, if you believed his line, he'd probably tell you that Joseph brought it over with the Holy Grail.
You're not interested in watching the show, then?
I'll be ready. I'm here for it, after all.
Of course. Well, for those of us that remain here, I suppose I should try to provide some entertainment.
Do keep the squires and handmaidens looked after. You'll note, Florence, that you're cowardly. I think it was yours that was cowardly, right? Your squire?
Yeah.
He's in here, by the way. He doesn't go out.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. He doesn't want to see bloodshed. But she says, do keep them accounted for. We wouldn't want anything bad to happen.
Of course. Lads, ladies, have I ever told you about the time I saw a unicorn? And he's gonna kind of go down to the floor area and keep people entertained.
Yeah. Cool. So outside, Uther calls a challenge and says, "Sir Argan, you're known for your swordsmanship. Then come and face me. Leave your mount and face your king." Argan says, "Not my king, only in title. You're the king of Logris, and I live here. When this is done, you will be left embarrassed." And the two now wielding swords begin to square off.
It doesn't matter what the weather is like, there are storm clouds over Edric's head.
Oh, hold on, I'm gonna get you to repeat that because I switched scenes and I forgot that it would mute you once. Oh no, it did mute you.
Sorry
Never mind.
about that.
No,
never
continue. Yeah.
Got you. No, that's pretty much what I was saying. It's simply him, eyes dark, glowering.
Yeah.
It feels like there isn't anything he can do in this moment, but he desperately wants to do it.
As much as this is an NPC moment, I think I'm gonna roll this out because I think it's important.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, definitely.
I pray to God that Uther fucks this up really badly.
You
That would
and
honestly-
like the guy rolls a lucky crit.
Yeah, it just kills Uther. It's just, that's it.
Can you imagine how much easier things would be?
It would. Because I imagine it'd immediately be like, he killed the king! Get him!
And then Perin going, maybe God does love me.
All I can say is, no matter what, Argan can't win. Even if he wins, he loses. But I don't think he cares.
Honor
Then
has
again,
been
even if he
satisfied.
loses, he wins. Yeah.
You win. You have lost by defeating me. You have won the right to die at the execution.
Yeah.
But then again, even if he loses, he will be left embarrassed. He was called out as a cuckold in
That's
front
true,
of
yeah.
his wife, and indeed everyone in
entire
the feast.
court. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking for Uther's sheet. I know I have it here. Give me a second.
but also, to
If
be honest, I don't
only
know if
Sir Argon
Argon's...
didn't kill his wife. Yeah.
Yeah, if his word may have actually had more meaning.
Yeah,
He's just the man who
exactly.
murdered his wife.
Yeah.
You don't seem like a rational person.
No. Well, he is probably impassioned.
Probably.
He is the man too. You got to remember, as the fixer that went around and did whatever he wanted to achieve
Yeah.
Uther's
Yeah.
goals, and then hoped
Exactly.
that Uther.
And then behind his
He
back,
knows-
Uther's been
Yeah.
doing his wife.
Sleeping with
Yeah.
his wife. He knows exactly what kind of a man Uther is, and exactly what Uther is okay with, because he's done it, and counted on it.
One day you come on home and you see Uther Pendragon come and speak to your wife, and you say, Uther, my lord, what are you doing here? And he said, get out of here, go investigate Sir Perin, and then he fucks your wife!
It's just one of those things.
Welcome,
we've been
D
raided.
Tigertron. Oh, hello.
Hey, welcome.
I didn't even notice the raid. Hey,
You're just
Insomniac,
guys-
it's good to see you.
You guys actually came at an awesome time for once.
Yep.
Uther Pendragon is about to duel some man to the death, his constable to the death, because the constable outed him in front of his whole court as sleeping with his wife. So, whoo!
Yep.
Ah!
All right. Let's,
Also-
Way more impressive than last time, which I think we were rolling like end of episode things.
I think we're
Yeah.
about to do winter phase.
playing Manor Lords. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I got Uther's stuff now. I was gonna pull up Argon, and then we can see how this goes. Argon is already impassioned by the scene, if that wasn't clear before.
No, that's quite obvious. He killed his wife.
Yeah. Yeah. So he mad, and he's stuck on vengeance at this point. So
If he had killed her as a matter of course, I would be way more afraid of him.
yeah, he's famously vengeful too, by the way. So that's part of it.
Really?
I think you're.
I didn't-
I think what you meant to say is he was famously vengeful.
Okay. So he's gonna rock that. He's gonna be coming in with a sword of 31 for this.
Baby. That's
Uther,
almost as good as mine.
Uther, on the other hand, well, you'll just see. Let's start with Argon. 1d20 verse 31. Let's see. Verse I don't even know if it's a first. 31 skill, I'll just say. Ten is about that's wrong.
21.
Yeah. So 21.
Yeah. 21, so he
Correct.
crits.
Okay. And then Uther. Uther has Excalibur in his hand. I'm going to give Edrich and Florence, since you're here, an intrigue roll to notice this. And would Dallin be out here, Aaron?
Absolutely.
Okay. Intrigue for Dallin as well.
Success.
Success.
Sorry, I have to open down the sheet. God, I forgot how good at intrigue Dallin was. It says Perin, but it is Dallin.
Roger that. Yeah, that was our first intrigue character, if I remember. Is Dallin.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was our only intrigue character.
That's right, back then. Those are the days. So Uther, all three of you see him go to lift Excalibur up against Sir Argon, and he just moves slower with it. It's like the weight of the sword is like 3 times what it ought to be. And a second ago, when he had drawn the sword, it didn't behave that way. But as he moves to use it in this moment, it doesn't look good for him. It does not.
Uh-oh.
a deep and bottomless pit, a separate one from the regular deep and bottomless pit that sits within Edric's stomach, begins to form up as the source of his original loyalty is like, oh no.
I think Florence would look over to Edrich with very much of a... The fuck? The fuck?
Would be endlessly funny to me if multiple people are indoors planning Uther's poisoning and he ends up
Just fucking
biting it. He ends
yeah.
up biting it in a duel outside.
All he has to do is crit on something higher than a 21.
So Uther is impassioned.
It gets a +5.
Imagine if he fumbled.
That would be hilarious, but I think his sword's pretty high.
Yeah.
But not high enough. So 18. Did
He just needs to crit.
right, plus actually I should do it this way.
Perin's indoors like that scene from Spider-Man 3 praying to God to kill Peter Parker.
Oh!
Yeah.
Yep.
So...
Excalibur crits.
Yeah.
Excalibur has a unique feature. Whenever it contests against another knight in sword-to-sword combat of any weapon of any kind, including another sword, it breaks the sword.
Oh.
Now, I will say this. Had he rolled 2 less, he still would have lost
Vancouver by
out, I
night.
think,
We got a
right?
raid. Hello.
Another one?
Oh, lovely!
Yeah.
Another
Oh,
one.
hi,
Hello.
Vancouver.
Yeah. Hey,
I
welcome.
watch that stream all the time. They're very lovely.
They're awesome. Yeah. Gotta love me some World of Darkness. All right.
Oh yeah.
Good to see you. Good to see you, fellow BC streamer here. So, always good to see you. All right. Let's
Victor Charlie.
let's solve this. So Uther's strike, though he doesn't actually like do any damage to Argan, Argan's blade is cut in two, and you all watch. You all watch as Excalibur seems to gleam like in the moonlight, because it's almost, it's evening now, right?
That bottomless pit closes back up as Edrich sighs a breath of relief.
Florence does the same.
Sir Argan turns to the crowd and says, "If any of you have a sword, I ask you to loan it. On your honor. This is unjust. What if it be your wife?"
I think at which point, Florence will actually speak up from the crowd and going, "You are the one who murdered his own wife. You have dishonored yourself, and you will face the consequences."
You are my oldest friend. If I be banished for this, then so be it. A fair fight is a fair fight. And with that, he tosses his sword to Argan.
I think with that, Florence looks over to Edrich and goes, "Another one for the list."
Yeah.
Edrich will just nod knowingly and tap his head.
Wake up, sheeple. Uther is. I mean, the guy did murder his wife. There's no victors here. Whatever happens.
Yeah,
Welcome to
I
Age
know.
of Uther, guys. Like, this is not the nice part of the Arthurian. I mean, there's really not any nice parts of it. It's not the.
There are nice parts of it, but there are. Okay, here's the thing: clearly defined good and evil, not in this era.
Okay.
Everyone's a little bit of a dick.
All right, so I think what we're doing is we're contesting that again. So we'll start with Argan.
Now.
If Uther
Argan
breaks
rolled
it again, I'm
pretty
gonna
badly last
laugh.
time. Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
And with a 21 skill, 31 total, it's a plus 11 to the roll, right?
Yep,
Yep.
that's right.
Oh
I-
Oh,
no!
that
A
is the
true
maximum he
crit.
could have rolled.
Did I roll
okay,
that
so
right?
here's
Hold on,
the
let me
thing.
make sure. Yep, it was a natty 20.
You rolled that right. It
Yeah.
was a natural 20 plus 11. There's no way that.
Yeah.
Oh God, this is gonna be
So
wonderful.
the thing about this too is they're all like they're only partially armored. Like they have on their chain shirts for this and shields, and that's it. And I think so. What you see as, for thematics, as Excalibur comes over and hits Argan, there's a strike, and it actually like breaks like a almost like a wedge in the spear, or in the shield, almost like shattering the top layer of it. It's an impressive strike, but Argan's blade goes down low, and you watch as it comes across Uther right around his groin area and out to the other edge of his knee, and you watch Uther fall to the ground, and Argan walks right forward to him and holds his blade and says, "Yield. Yield or die."
Edrich, quiet as a mouse, prepares to vault into the thing, but not yet. There is the matter of if Uther surrenders or not.
And that guy's king now.
He put the sword. Yeah, he instead of taking the sword out of the stone, he put his sword into the king, which is generally how succession happens normally.
That's
You see,
Yeah.
I think you all are close enough, right? Because you are ready to jump in if something went out of hand. Uther says, "Very well, I yield." He almost sounds like he's in disbelief. He didn't think he could lose with Excalibur at his side.
Yeah. That bottomless pit has opened back up. But as the yield occurs, what does Sir Argan do?
Sir Argan takes the blade, pulls it away, wipes the blood off, and then walks over to Gala, hands it to him, and says, "I hold..." Or no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. There's a key thing here. He says, "King Uther has surrendered to me. I ask for a king's ransom in return. With it, I will build a keep, and I will name it Uther's Shame."
I'm all for this plan.
Yeah. How's Uther looking as he lies there on the ground?
Completely and utterly defeated. Mentally and physically. And first aid test if you want. There's a whole bunch of people running over to him though at this point, right?
Yeah. I would like to activate my passion homage Uther for this first aid test. Yep. Success. Edrich has snapped his fingers towards his cousin, and they are heading there to ensure that he does not bleed out and die, despite what has happened.
Uther officially received like a maim. That's what he received in this.
Yeah.
So he's maimed, like his leg will not work the way it ought to ever again.
I think Sir Florence is going to go over to Sir Brassius and would just kind of whisper, "Are there any grounds that we can arrest Sir Argan for the murder of his wife? Or is that ship sailed?"
Much like others, Sir Knight. A trial outcome is a trial outcome.
What can one do?
I've got a
has
great
to be
idea.
something.
Let's wait until that castle is done, and then let's just murder him and take the castle.
Yeah.
This is-
Exactly. We can rename it just Our Glory or something.
I think with that, Florence would say, Sir Brasius, there's no way we can let this stand.
I understand your passion. Did you see the wound? We'll look to Madoc's direction for now. And hope. No, pray. The king survives the winter.
I do see the wound, but I see the wound to the crown first. This will have grand consequences for the whole kingdom. Sir Argan has overstepped. But I will not do anything foolish. But I will see it that he will not get the ransom he claims. I will not reward a madman for evil doings. We are men of God, are we not?
He nods slowly. There's a torn look on his face. The Logris first.
Logris must always come first. Or else... I'm sure we'll talk again, Sir Brasius.
He nods. Madoc, he's like right in there, checking on his father. And then he calls back and he says, "Bring us the lady in white. I saw her. She saved me, she can save him."
Edrich will say, "On it. Keep pressure on the wound, ensure he does not lose consciousness. I will be away." He was right there with Madoc, one of the first to go in. And he is as fast as he can go. He's just parkour out of the arena area, such as it was, and going back into the keep.
I think with that, Florence is going to actually approach Sir Galahad.
Yeah. Okay.
Sir Galahad. And will simply say, I hope you fully understand the consequences of what you have done, Sir Galahad.
I will not lose sleep. I believe my friend. I think the king did as was said.
And what of the kingdom?
He could
What
have
of
sent
Logris?
any other champion in his stead, and he chose not to from his own ego.
I see. Well then. Ride safely, Sir Galahad. I hope you reach your home in peace.
You as well, Knight of the Sword. Best of luck with your upcoming duel.
I think with that, there's like a little bit of softness to Florence's face as he goes. I know you did so out of honor, Sir Galahad. But this will damage the very kingdom itself.
I'm afraid you're right. And he doesn't sound proud about that. I think you sense that. I think he there's a, in his brave ass man, there's a slight sense of worry.
Yeah.
I admire his convictions. I'll be up front with it.
Absolutely. Those guys are like 80% in the right. The problem is they gotta die.
No.
The problem
No.
is that
No.
they're
Those are
causing
my-
problem.
Those are my allies. Stop. Those are my future allies. Stop.
This is my country. I can't have people making messes in my country. Only I may do this.
Yeah.
All right. With that, Edrich, you come rushing in. You see, the lady in white.
With a speed that is frankly impressive. Knights are athletic as a general rule, but he is driven by, an unusual, some might say, exalted passion, as he, runs into the hallway, eyes locking with the lady in white, and he will say, "My lady, the king is injured quite severely."
Hmm. And as you go to say that, you say the king is quite, and then she looks to Gwyn and says, "Come then, it's time." Thank you, Sir Knight. And with that, she starts out the door.
Perin, you were within the hall. You, a very observant person, particularly when it comes to people and your friends, would note a significant vein of worry is perhaps the wrong word, but existential confusion. But nonetheless, as the Lady Gwynedd and the Lady in White begin to move, he trails going back outside.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
With that, I think we'll just shift over to Perrin real quick as they're observing. You see a familiar face kind of lean in beside you as you're watching that. Say now, who is that? The one in white.
Who's speaking to me exactly? Sorry?
Sir Jareth.
Sir Jareth. Perrin. Fucking Jareth. Perrin cocks his head and goes, "Hmm? Oh, I'm not certain. She came with the Summerlin entourage. Few. Well, last year she saved Madoc's life.
I thought
I
that
don't
might
know.
be the one. How interesting.
I don't know. I don't know much more other than that. His interest is suspicious to me. I would like to roll something to figure out what's going on with this
Yeah,
man. Fuck
yeah.
this guy. Yeah, get fucked, man. Yeah, I'm better at this than
Nice.
you now.
He's drawing attention to it. Just that she happened to be here when the duel took place. But
Be
it's
in here, like in this room.
no, just happens to be at court for the first time. Hasn't been seen since Madoc got injured. Now she's here.
Why would he draw attention to that? I know why I would draw attention to that. Why would he do that?
Because he's here, so he's not here to talk to you about that. That was his lead-in.
No,
What
I
he-
understand.
What he says
Yeah.
instead in this pretty vacant court is he says, "Had an interesting conversation with Sir Edrich recently."
Is that so?
Indeed.
I didn't realize that you were on speaking terms.
Why would we not be? He was a squire in our home.
Oh, that's right. I forget that. Sometimes I just I dip too much into the past histories with our houses.
You should come and visit Humble Creek. Many of the same faces. It would feel like a home to you again. But I digress. I just wanted to let you know that for the matter in which Edrich contacted me, you can count me as a close ally. On my family and my honor.
There are few I think more highly of than your brother. His family is mine, Jareth.
The matters which took place must be brought to an end. my father's death goes unanswered.
I see.
And just for clarification purposes, because it was a very long time ago, and for anyone watching the stream, they were ambushed a very long time ago on the original stream. Count Roderick almost died, as did a whole bunch of other people. One of the people that did bite it was Sir Jarrus' father.
And the suspect, the prime suspect that many of us believed was the case, was Sir Blaine's, who is married to my aunt.
Yes, who in a fit of maddened passion, Sir Florence went to.
I'll keep that in mind, Sir Jareth. I promise you we'll be in touch. I need to coordinate with Florence and Edrich as well, but you'll be getting letters from me. I assure you.
He nods. I think I'll go outside now. I want to see the outcome.
Very well.
And with that, he goes to exit. And we will go back outside. So, Edrich, as you return, you see that the lady in white just kind of casually goes over to the crowd and walks through it. Lady Gwynedd kind of following suit, and the two of them begin to sort of motion to bring Uther inside. It seems that the two of them will be leading Uther's care.
Edric will do whatever is asked or required of him. But if there is a moment in between them getting there and going through the throng of the crowd, he will say to Sir Florence, "Why did the blade deny him? What was wrong in this moment?"
I don't know. Something is going on here. For now,
It matters not.
we need to hope that Uther lives. If
The
not,
life of the king is paramount.
If not, we must prepare the prince for the throne. As
And
soon
for
as
an
word
uneasy
gets
succession.
Indeed, as soon as word goes out, I don't doubt the Saxons will push ahead. If they think we are weak, they will strike. For
Them
now,
and any other enemy that Uther has made over the years, we must be ready
Indeed.
for all accounts.
for now, keep in mind and be ready to form an inner circle to protect the prince if need be. I already have a few
Quite
ideas
so.
in mind. But we need to stay ahead of this.
Likewise. Indeed. But for now, let us aid in bringing the king in.
Indeed.
And yes, bringing the king inside, whether by rough spun stretcher, or simply by lifting him up and keeping the bleeding to a minimum.
Okay.
Over the direction of Lady Gwynedd and the Lady in White,
You know what?
Uther will be brought in.
While Edrich is doing that, Florence is going to focus his attention on the prince. He's very much looking for focusing on the future, as it were.
I think the prince. You notice there's a minute, because you remember hearing that Madoc wasn't doing well mentally since his own maiming, right? He's been barely able to hold his own sword in his sword hand, because of the massive gash to his shoulder. There is a look of doubt on his face, but as he watches his father be pulled away, he says, "Knights of Logris, Royal Court, I am your prince, and I will continue what my father has started until my father is recovered. Do not doubt our path forward. I need to speak to our most trusted. Earl Roderick. Duke Ulfius. Sir Blaine's. Knights of the Sword. My own knights and my father's. Come. We must meet. Someone says, but Madoc, Duke Cornwall is here. Madoc nods. Very well. Him as well. It's kind of like a bit of a slight, you can tell. Like, you forgot a duke, you know?
Give him a break. His dad almost died.
It's adequate. Yeah,
Give
it's
him a break.
Madoc we're
It's his
talking
first day as king.
Yeah. This is a guy, we've never gotten the slightest indication that he's good at the politics stuff. That's why the Fop Knights are here.
Mhm.
But yes. Once Edrich has finished bringing Uther inside, I imagine with a throng of other knights and leaving him to the care of the ladies, he will answer the summons of Prince Madoc, saying, Sir Perin, we are needed elsewhere.
So it would seem. Perrin would like to look quickly and see if the lady in white is still here, or if she's vamoosed.
She is tending directly to the king now.
Interesting. In that case, Perrin nods and goes, very well. I'll be on my way alongside you. Interestingly, Sir Jareth spoke to me while the duel was happening. Who won, by the way?
Edrich will give a perhaps pointed look at the king.
No, the king's on
and say-
site. No. the king's on
Exactly.
site. You're in the courtroom. The king would be like off and
Got you.
yeah,
Got you.
infirm basically.
Yeah. Edrich will give a pointed look at the door by which a number of guards are guarding and say, not his majesty.
Would have thought that this sort of victory would have heated him.
I know. Sorry, I do not mean to snap. I thought so too, but it did not. It moved slower than a king known for his skill in martial capacity could move it. I could have beaten him in a fight. I don't know what was wrong.
You don't?
The sword chose him. He was the one fated. Merlin said it before he turned his coat. Why would it change?
Let's go see Madoc, shall we?
Yes.
Boy, shit's really
Interesting
breaking
stuff.
down in the court of Uther Pendragon.
Yeah.
This this went from 0 to 10 real fast.
Very quickly.
Gone
So
to DEFCON 5.
King's Herald's here. Just naming a few people that weren't mentioned by name. Galhut specifically will not be here because of what went down. But many people bring their wives in. So Lady Ellen does not, by her own choice. Lady Violet does attend. Mark, if you're gonna stop the Baroness, you gotta out-intrigue her to get her not.
No,
to
he's
join.
gonna let her in.
Okay.
He knows what she's good for.
Yeah.
This is it.
Lady Igraine Epstein's.
Not surprising.
And question on Oslaf and Bronwyn. You know what? I'm gonna say even if you want Oslaf, they're not gonna let Oslaf in.
That's understandable. Very much so. Who's the person who denies her?
Oh yeah, that's a really good question. I would be Gortrix, actually, probably.
Can't kill that guy.
Actually, no,
can't kill
Gortrix is the bodyguard, so he's with the king. He's the one he'd
Yeah,
be
he's with
represent.
the king.
Yep. Ooh, it's gonna be Brastius then. He's gonna look to you, and there's almost that that frown where it's like, oh, this isn't gonna be good. He's gonna be like,
Yeah,
Sir Edrich,
Sebastius.
I can't on good conscience, even a wife, allow your wife, a Saxon, to be present in what is to be spoken.
Sebastius would be able to see Edrich is covered in the king's blood. Edrich has been running to and from.
Yeah.
His boots are muddy, and he's dealing with strong internal doubts. But then Brastius would begin to see a change coming over Sir Edrich as he straightens up and gives him the warmest, friendliest smile he's ever given anyone, and goes, "Of course. That's perfectly understandable. You needn't even apologize."
I hate to be the
Well,
bearer of bad news in this. I know there is bad blood
Oh,
between
no.
us. I've heard of such. It is not my
From
intention
whom?
to make that worse here.
From whom have you heard this?
My lady, of course.
Quite so. Well, put it out of your mind. It is understandable in this case,
He's
and
not
I
lying
am
either.
aware.
He's not lying
No,
about that.
definitely not.
Yeah.
Definitely not. And I do understand. Oslav, if you could wait outside, I apologize dearly.
She shrugs. Oh, okay.
Brastius is such a
Um,
bro. A friendship with
yes.
Edrich ended. Brastius is my new best friend.
No, just because I want to murder everyone.
What about Bronwyn?
Um,
Is Bronwyn along for the ride? Apparently, he still doesn't have a picture. I gotta stop. I gotta actually bring it back to like the screen I pull it from. That's the problem.
Yeah. Bronwyn, I don't see why she wouldn't be. No, she could be here. If she's allowed in, then yeah, she's absolutely here.
Or is it Bran? It's Bronwyn, right?
So, we've been saying Bronwyn for the entirety of the time, and if we
It's
change now,
Bronwyn.
I'm gonna leave right now.
Bronwyn is the lady knight. Bronwyn is the lady with the knife.
Interesting. I don't seem to have her on the Obsidian portal. Oh well. I'll figure it out. I swear she's here. I'm probably just...
She has a token on the map.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. Sorry, did you say Lady Bronwyn is there?
Yes, if she's allowed in, then she's here.
Yeah, she'll join. I will note that there is a look, and this is probably a relief to your eyes because it's a look of passion in Madoc's eye, which is probably the first time you've seen since he's been injured, where he's shown any sign of anything.
That is good.
We have future steps, ones my father planned to announce here. And I draw this council together to make a decision. Do we march on Malahut this year, or do we send an envoy?
If I may, my prince.
He nods.
There is a web of diplomatic connections with varied kingdoms, protecting us from attack in the matter of Malahut. If it were to come to a fight, we would win, and they will not attack us. There are other threats, substantial, on our borders. If it is to be war, I would suggest it would be elsewhere.
I second this opinion. For my mind, this event that has happened tonight will spread quickly and like wildfire. It's only a matter of time before the Saxons catch wind of it. They may see it as a weakness, and they may attempt to strike upon us.
The Centurion King's greatest strategic threat was his denial of Uther's rightful of Uther's place as High King. With this, there will be other obstacles to overcome.
That being said, and Perin kind of takes a step forward too, Uther has put arrangements in place for allies in the north. If these plans and these treaties are not honored, we'll be making far more enemies than allies. I'm in favor of taking the fight to the Saxons. I have no personal grudge against Malahud, but it must be considered what we stand to lose.
Ulfius responds, I agree that Malahut must be known. We must know if they stand as our ally or our foe. We cannot march to the east and have them attack us upon our flank. We must know if they are friend or foe.
Then an envoy is the wisest option. Our alliances with the other kingdoms are not dependent on our attacking Malahut, but rather a contingent. The marriage was what brought them to us, binding our fates. The envoy will let us know whether an attack is necessary or not.
Duke Cornelius speaks up. My prince, it is my lands that border with Malahut. I would be pleased if you would give me the honor. Let me take our travels north. And, who's a bold one? Who would be a bold one to say this? It is bold.
Who's about to call
Rhodri.
this guy a very naughty word?
About to call this guy out in his shit.
Oh, Roger?
Sir, this other duke has made me a cuckold. I challenge him to a duel.
The
Oh
first
no!
thing Edrich says is, Jesus Christ.
I think it's
oh,
Brassius.
Ooh.
Hey,
So
my best friend.
Oh, I've got a real quick question before that. Has Edrich developed psychic powers, and has he hated Brastius to death yet?
No, and no.
Okay, continue.
Keep working on that. Hold on, notes. Do I get a check in it at least?
Yeah.
Brassius
Instantly
says,
killed.
It's true that I've spent most of my time far to the west, but even I have heard of the animosity between Malahut and Lindenpool. Duke Cornelius, are you really our best diplomat in this means? And the Duke takes big offense to that, and he says, and who are you? A knight. And he says, I am the Knight of Uther. And there's like a bit of an exchange. Madoc.
I think with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
If Madoc's planning to step up as a prince, otherwise, Florence should go.
No, that's better.
If I may interrupt.
Madoc was just about to slam his hand on the table, so that's probably better.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think noticing that he goes, if I may interrupt. Of course, I understand, Duke Cornelius, your closeness to the situation. You have an interest in seeing that this goes well. But Sir Brastius does raise a fine point. In the past, there has been animosity between you and the king. Do you deny this?
He shakes his head. No.
Then perhaps another option can be brought forth that can appease all that are here. I and Sir Edrich have actually treated with the king before. Thus, I suggest that the sword should be brought forth. A sword of victory to extend an olive branch, as it were. I think we might be able to gain the... Oh, go ahead.
No. Finish.
I think we may be able to, if not bring the King of Malahut on side, get a convincing understanding that we are not to be enemies.
I think Lady Violet will just add, the Knight of the Sword is a worthy option indeed. Though I would fear such a slight as to send mere landed knights. without proper lord and title and their support.
Well, I think you'll find, my dear Lady of Violet, that I am a Baron of Axe.
You can tell from her look that doesn't change what she's saying either. She's like,
Perrin,
Yeah,
I meant
a
a
Baron."
real one, but she doesn't say that. Like,
Perrin laughs a little bit, very quietly, and speaks up, and he goes, "Perhaps we nominate Count Roderick. He's a strong warrior against the Saxons, and if anybody could command the respect that's needed, I'd say Roderick is a fine option. We can accompany him as both his guard and also an extra set of eyes and ears."
A good compromise. And I will say that, as Sir Florence has said, we have treated with him before, and it has been less of an obstacle than you suggest. Having an extra lord, though, the backing, will not go amiss.
Yes, I suppose that's agreeable.
with
Edrich
that,
doesn't
I think
agreeing even slightly with Brastius. Sorry, you go.
no, it's all good. I think with that, Madoc will chime in because he's impatient usually at the best of times, and he'll say, "Very well, Earl Roderick. Salisbury's made many a good knight. You can lead the envoy, and take with you the Knights of the Sword." Earl Roderick nods. "You honor me, my prince.
I hope he doesn't have a... Oh, sorry.
I will do what is best for Logris in your command, by your words and by your will."
I hope, I hope he's not upset with me for name dropping him.
He doesn't look... Well, he's a hard read, so I'm not gonna give you that. Yeah, he's one of those poker face guys.
Love him to death.
He's quiet too, like he doesn't...
Hopefully not to death.
That's the other people we want to love.
Yeah, I'm the one trying to put my emotion to make someone dead.
So true.
So much. I hope I can hate him to death.
I hope I can hate him until he dies.
Well then. Yeah. Well then. Now that matter is settled, is there anything else that needs to be raised towards the council, as it were?
That is all for now. If others ask what happened here, do not speculate. Matters were as they were, and Father is recovering until you hear otherwise. Is that clear?
Of
Long
course,
live
my prince.
Long live the king.
Madoc nods.
Either grits his teeth and doesn't say anything to that. But he will say, "My prince, what is to be done with the Sword of Victory?"
It will stay with my father and aid him in his recovery.
Understood.
Okay.
If I can.
I think... Oh.
No, go first, Mark.
Oh, there was one thing Florence going to raise before the council just goes their own ways. He goes, there is one matter that is yet to be dealt with. One Sir Argan. My prince, as the acting regent.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would like to hear your words on it.
I think your wife actually speaks up next. And she says, "My prince, lords and ladies, Sir Argan did not deny murdering his wife. And we mustn't let that be forgotten. But a duel was won this day. And it would not be to our advantage to create instability around its outcome. If Argan dies, then the king's justice means nothing.
Instability is already the outcome of the duel. But fanning the flames does not serve us, you are right.
She nods.
And what of his demands?
I'm sure that our constables, considering he is no longer one of them, can waylay it. Isn't that right, my prince? He nods. Yes, whatever. Keep him busy. Hold him till next year. And ensure that nothing is named such a foul name.
Perhaps... Shit, hang on. I gotta test something before I say anything.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And remember what Perin doesn't have the full deets on what happened outside in his proclamation yet. But you will
Correct.
soon.
I don't think he needs it for this specific instance, but I need to... where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Alright, that's a good sign. Alright, Perin holds his tongue. You guys are lucky. We're not naming it Castle Ygraine, not yet.
Oh God!
Same name.
Oh, no.
Same name either way. Same name.
Oh,
Just saying.
my God. I think
We have much work to do. Oh, sorry, you go.
Indeed, yes. I think with that, Florence would look over to Edrich for a moment and say, I need to speak to you after this.
Understood. There is much to do and much to discuss. I myself will be busy. Earl Roderick, name the time when you would like to travel up north, and we shall be there.
It is but Easter. We'll wait for the warmer months before we travel north. Let us say May.
Indeed so.
All right.
Right.
So, I am going to end pretty quick here, but before we do, I just want to maybe give each of you a chance for anything you want to do, either here or back in Salisbury. You get one each, and then we're gonna start very briefly along a couple of things.
I have something
yeah.
on that's pressing and current, if everybody's cool with that. Perin would like to grab Madoc's ear just for a second, if he is able to. I know he's very busy now.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Madoc's available for sure.
Perfect. Perin kind of makes his way over to him and, walks alongside him for a moment and goes, Prince Madoc?
Oh,
As
so
your
Perin.
While your father recovers and while we are away, I would like to ask two things of you. One, that you pick a sword to act in your stead, in case the worst should happen. You are a sharp blade yourself, but we don't want it to be chipped. Do you understand?
He nods. Though I think I think you're casting doubt on his ability to still be a swordsman, so I think he's going to take it that way because he's already sensitive that way.
Sure.
Is he gonna roll proud?
Yeah, it's
If-
probably
if-
good.
If Perin needs to, he'll flash his fucking chopped off arm and be like, "I get it.
No,
believe me."
It doesn't mean
No.
it doesn't mean he's taking it any better though.
No,
you know what I mean?
I totally understand. I get Madoc. I understand this boy. Unfortunately,
Yeah, he's got a lot of proud. So yeah, he's just. It's not going well. He's like. But point taken. Like he's not.
That's all I need.
Yeah.
And then he says, the other thing as well. There are going to be a lot of voices in your ear telling you what should be. Trust your own judgment and pick someone you trust to help navigate the things that you don't.
I understand.
Okay. Then we'll see you when you get back. Stay safe.
Ride well.
Emirates. That's all Perin needs to do.
We don't want to trust his judgment. He's an idiot.
Okay.
Liam had to roll reckless versus prudent there. I think prudent won out.
Indeed. Uther's also an idiot.
We'll go to our near final scenes, and then we'll kind of wrap her up pretty quick after that. So, we'll go left to right. We'll start with Thomas. You got anything you want to do in particular?
Yes. The thing we discussed earlier, there is still a matter of Sir Florence's duel with one of the...
Yes, indeed.
Now, yes, with the Constable of Sir Blaine's. Edrich had a plan heading up here, and he sees no reason to change that now. He is going to head north and see if he can rustle up information or people about the actions of Sir Blaine's in the assassination attempt of Sir Rhodri all those years ago.
Okay.
After all, he has gone up one level in seniority, and that cannot be the case if he's going up against Florence.
Okay, we're gonna do this Pendragon style. So, what are you attempting to do here in Berwick? Right, that's where you're going.
Yes. He is attempting to. The lead he got from Sir Jareth was that Sir Blaine's had men here, sergeants he would use when it comes to this sort of thing.
Right.
Edrich is using his skill in intrigue and gathering rumors and secrets, because this would have been a big thing with a motley crew of people riding out, riding back. He's looking for these sergeants and looking for information. He's looking to, hopefully, intrigue.
Okay. We're gonna do this. How outward are you being with this? I think that's the other question.
Edrich will do his best to be subtle. He doesn't want it shouted to all and sundry, and if he is noticed, then people would get cagey. He's being as subtle as he can while still getting results.
Okay. We're gonna do 3 skill checks here.
Absolutely.
Courtesy, intrigue, and diplomacy.
Beautiful. I would like to, if I may, activate my
You may
homage.
You may activate 1 passion for each roll if you wish.
1 passion for each roll, if I wish. Can I have one apply to all, or?
No, I mean that you can choose not to apply any to one. Like battle, basically, each of these rolls will be they're meant to span over probably like 2-3 weeks worth of time, right? So,
Sounds good. I would like to activate my homage Uther, and I would like to apply it to the diplomacy roll.
Okay.
I am acting for my friend, yes, but I'm doing so in a way because a very high-ranking person in a time of upheaval was responsible at some point, presumably, for the attempted assassination of a count, now Earl.
Mhm.
I am acting somewhat diplomatically. Somewhat. And I don't want to fail this. Which I don't.
Okay.
Success on diplomacy.
What's your diplomacy right now?
I'm
What level?
5.
Do you have it ticked yet?
I do not.
You can tick it with 5 or under. You tick
Beautiful.
it for free.
Perfect. I am going to activate my honor for the courtesy,
Okay.
if I may. Because love of family wouldn't make sense in this case. Okay. My courtesy is not amazing. Failure, unfortunately. And I am going to roll my love of Sword of Victory. It is my lowest passion. Failure, but that's okay. Intrigue, success, please. Success. So success on intrigue and diplomacy, failure on courtesy. Which tracks? Which tracks?
Okay.
Tell me what I want to know.
I think so you're gonna get some information. I'll make sure I give you more of this sort of in between, like more names and details. We get the names of some likely culprits. These are kind of like picture like the 3 and the 2 and the 1, but for the Duke kind of thing. The Duke has a number of barrack Saxons that are still follow Wotan. So they're Wotan. Yeah. And they're also they tend to be bruisers. There's a lot of bruisers. So you start to collect some of their names, but I think you don't do so in a way that you create some rivals or enemies, some stare down moments with some of these folks as you're asking around for this. It's clear that barrack Saxons don't like being accused of being of the same line as those of Hengist and Horsa. So any mention of that or any mention of betrayal, they remind you of what they did, how they died alongside your people at the Night of the Long Nights, right? That is what the barrack Saxons and how they have been here for many generations. And it doesn't really matter what you say because it's over multiple conversations.
Exactly.
It's just you find that
one of the biggest problems with I think this is Edrich is all too happy to join in on these stare down moments.
yeah.
He is confident in his ability to kill anyone who gives him trouble, and that's probably apparent on his face.
Okay, do you think in that case then you likely duel a couple of them?
If they ask, if they demand satisfaction, then certainly.
Okay.
If not, then he won't start fights.
You know what I'll say? I'm gonna give you a test on proud. And if you
absolutely. Failure on proud.
Okay. I think in this case you're on a mission, and the mission isn't that. So I think in this case, you can.
The mission is not to hit these people. The mission is to get the information and save a friend.
So maybe you take modest in that case.
Absolutely, because I got a fumble on proud the other time.
Okay, we will count that as your action, and then we will go back to our next person, which would be Mark.
All right. Florence is going to do some politicking. He is focused at the moment of being in the court of Londinium in the King's Court. And he's going to do some looking around into who is likely to be the next constable, or if there are suggestions for who might take such a role, and if possible, put some names in the ring. Try and steer towards some specific individuals that might suit Florence's goals.
Okay.
I have never been more proud of Florence in my whole life.
So, what are your goals? Let's nail that down.
All right. The goal is to either find out who is most likely to be the next constable of the king.
Okay.
Alternatively, put forward a name of someone who should be the constable of the king.
Interesting.
And I will leave it up to you. I can either tell you who I'm trying to name, or I can send it to you in private and let it be a secret.
Well, yeah, we can keep it secret for entertainment.
Alright.
There are
You
household
bastard. You bastard.
But why don't we see what you learn and you dig into first, because this could be very entertaining. Why don't we start with, I'm gonna give you the exact same 3 rolls. It makes sense. Like,
Okay. 3 rolls. Alright. So what
And-
are the rolls?
diplomacy, intrigue, and courtesy.
Let's see.
Right? 'Cause
Intrigue, courtesy. Okay. I'm going to start off with diplomacy, and I will be rolling my hospitality, as I am being as hospitable as possible in my interacting with the court and my
Okay.
diplomatic relations.
Human cyborg relations.
This is a success. Plus 10. I wouldn't happen to get my geniality this one out.
Yeah.
right? No, you
I
would
should
not.
Alright.
That's a
Well, I
running
tried.
joke. That is a running joke from Miss Thing Miss.
Mhm. Success!
Huzzah!
Oh, yes.
Alright. And next up is geniality?
Not geniality.
Is it not?
Courtesy.
Sorry, courtesy.
Courtesy, yeah.
I've
One of
got
them
geniality on the
words.
brain.
You
It's
guys
one
were
of
on
them
the same
words.
page. Whatever that was, you guys were like, "Yep, for sure, that is the one."
It's one of those things.
Yeah.
It's a synonym.
Yeah, exactly. And for this, he is going to roll his honor. But he is doing this honorably, being very courteous.
Oh,
It's a crit.
Nice.
goes up by 1
And that
automatically.
is... Yes, and that is 15 glory for you. Catching up to Perin's 76 exclusive.
I think the crit
rolls.
unfortunately doesn't give you any extra at a 15, if I remember. Or hold on, let me check the
It
chart.
doesn't, no.
Yeah, I don't think it does.
Yeah, it's just inspired +5, but you did get the crit. You did get the extra.
Straight up.
Yes. Luckily, I didn't need more than a +5 from my courtesy roll.
Okay.
13.
Okay.
And finally is intrigue. And I am going to roll loyalty, sword of victory. All right. As this will, in the end, support the sword of victory's goals. Success.
Okay.
So +5. I really hope this succeeds. It does!
Okay, you
Alright.
succeeded all 3, so I think your proposal is going to go forward for the replacement for Argon. Whether or not it includes the going around and busting heads like Argon will depend. You can give that to me off screen if you'd like, and then.
I can send you a message now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Like,
I
Yeah.
agree that Edrich would make an excellent constable. Oh, Jaren! That would be very funny if it was Jaren.
I think Edrich would only barely have the patience. Jaren certainly wouldn't.
I know, that's why it's such a good choice.
Did you or did you not do the crime? No? Okay, fine. That's all you had to say.
he'd be so good at it, but it would be the thing he'd hate the most.
Jaren Jaren solves conflicts by challenging both the accused and the accuser to a duel and then seeing who wins. It seems both parties are dead. Moving on to the next case.
Whoa, that's problem
Case
solved!
closed, yeah. Okay, cool. So I got that noted, Mark. Okay. Noted.
It's probably not the best option for the job, but it's what he's putting forward.
Yep. All right. While you're in Londinium, there's some very awful news. Let's see if Florence sleeps through it. Give me an awareness roll.
No, no.
Oh no.
Do any of my previous passions count towards this?
They sure do not. Not while you're sleeping.
That's what I thought.
You just have a very passionate dream about how hospitable you are. You're just I can show any guest a good time.
Yeah. Perhaps, Bob, am I dreaming about how much I hate Saxon?
Oh, did you fail?
No.
No.
I did! I failed.
Okay.
Oh, what a lovely night of sleep. It's going well.
I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that news in a second. Actually, no. I'm gonna give it to you now because this is gonna matter for the next scene. Very grave news is all the knights are alerted, and you find out that your travels recently have exhausted you. You sleep, and in fact, we'll say you dream of your brother Edward for the first time for some reason. He seems to be pointing out your window at the sea. You wake up to find out that King Octa and King Iosa have escaped.
God fucking damn it.
And they strongly suspect spies are involved.
Not surprised.
Yeah. Sir Perin, I think we haven't gone to Liam yet for his item, right?
I stayed around for Madoc, but if that doesn't count, then I'd be happy to do something else.
Yeah, that didn't count for like the home thing. That was like basically right there. So I'll give you one. If you want one, if you want to pass, it's cool.
Something I could do.
We'll be on the road to Mellowhead at the beginning of next session. So.
Yeah, I got something I can do. I think Perin would like to invest as much of his resources as he can in the short term in keeping tabs on and figuring out what's going on with Sir Argan.
Okay. Okay. What kind of resources? Just your time, whispers, all those things? Is that the idea?
The usuals. I don't have a whole lot of manpower to invest in it yet. I'd love to start developing a spy network, but I don't know how I could make that happen right now. So I'll just start with the usual.
I'll give you, because you're commanding knights and stuff too. We'll go with battle.
Oh, I guess I've got one.
Battle, intrigue, and diplomacy.
Okay, all right. I'm good at 2 of those 3 things. Let's do.
Thomas, just want to make sure you heard the news there. Did you hear?
I did, yes. On my handy dandy gamer LED headphones.
Gonna do a loyalty lord passion. Critical battle.
Nice.
It was battle, intrigue, and
diplomacy.
Not a critical intrigue.
Did you add the same passion to that one?
I did.
It's a different thing.
It's a different one.
It still would have been a success, but yes.
Yeah, you can only you have to apply a different passion to each thing if you want.
Oh,
passion. Yeah.
Can I take it off of the? I missed that. Can I take it off of the battle because that still would have succeeded anyway? I think. 18.
What do you mean take it off of the battle?
I used it on the battle. I used a +5. I actually would have crit with the battle anyway.
No, you wouldn't have. You got 17 versus 18.
If you want to take it off the battle, it's fine. You just won't crit. You'll get it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I need it on the diplomacy, so
yeah.
I'm gonna use it on the diplomacy.
Yeah.
Huzzah! That's successes all around, no crits.
Okay. Yep. So Argan, there are people that are opposed to Argan, but there are a lot of people that a lot of the knights put themselves in the position of, what if that was my wife? Like, they don't agree to the killing part, obviously, but they agree to the part where a king can't be allowed to go around doing that. You know, we've already watched him do that to a duke. Now he did it. He
To his own
yeah,
constable,
he
even.
stuck his hand in the bee's nest and got bit.
Is
got
nothing
stung this time.
sacred.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he did it. He was so bold to do it once, and then to turn around, tell everyone that things were different, and then do it all over again. I think people
And also lose in the fight.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the nail
Yeah.
in the coffin.
Uh-huh.
Very interesting. Okay, Perin would like to keep some tabs on that, and at some point he would like to reach out, but we can do that another time.
Well, you guys rode for whatever reason. Like as the snow cleared this year, you don't remember on the ride to Silchester it being like this. But on the ride back from Silchester, the path's a little overgrown. Like the green is really springing out everywhere. The King's roads just seem a little tighter than you'd expect, and the forest seems to grow a little thicker.
Magic of some description.
Finally, we're gonna end with one last bit. Edrich, well, your wife is out with Cynstenian. You find Cynstenian riding back in a huff as you're like just about to leave. He's alone.
Cynstenian, what has happened?
She's been taken to Sarum. Octa and Oyosa, they're free again. The Earl's men. They ask. No, they demand on the Earl's call. You must arrive to Sarum immediately.
And we will go. You will come with me. Collect the knight. Speaking of the hedge knight received at the wedding.
Oh yeah.
I
forgot about that guy. We gotta get him like down. He was the knight that said how good are you with the sword? And he said, I've used one. I've held one.
Yeah, exactly.
I know what a sword looks like.
Do you recall the names and faces of those who did the action?
I do. He's hesitant to tell you that, I think.
Do not get too attached to them. And Edrich will ride to Sarum.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so you will find out that it's Sir Bar, Sir Lycus, Sir Leo, Sir Kibno, and Sir Briss, formerly one of your squires. I forget whose squire Sir Briss was.
I don't think he was mine.
Actually, you know what? Briss is his own. He's a household knight. So forget what I said. No, he's a. Yeah, he's a household knight because his dad's still alive. Okay, forget that part. But those three led, or those four led, and so did the rest of. It sounded like Ooh, would it have been? It might have been. I'm just gonna test something. Let's say even yes, odd no. Okay. Sir Elid, Sir lad.
And I was just starting to like him. All of those people, their lives are no longer sacrosanct. But we don't have to kill them yet. We gotta see what's going on.
That's half of Salisbury. That's almost all the knights we have.
I'm telling you, man, you're calling me the problem for a little bit of potential regicide, but this guy, he's making a lot of enemies really quickly.
It's a small amount of regicide.
I haven't made any enemies yet, They've made the
I think
enemy.
you guys have made a considerable number of enemies in one session. So,
That's a good
That's
point. That's a good point. I haven't made enemies of those guys. Those guys have made an enemy of me.
there you go.
We'll sort it out.
Okay, so you're brought in front of Roderick, and not in like a push, like pull kind of way, just standing before him.
Oh no, I'm going there.
That's all of us.
No, this one will be just Edrich
No.
for a moment.
Just
and-
Edric's,
yeah.
just Edric's group. Gotcha.
Edrich stands in his room, in his hall, waiting your arrival. I think for a sense of less tension, maybe Cynstenian has the wherewithal. Let's see if he's smart enough for this. Test Cynstenian's test his intrigue. I think a success means that he does not tell you that Elid is involved or who's involved until after, okay. He's gonna withhold the information so you don't say something dumb in this moment while you're impassioned here, right? Or you're furious.
I know
right?
when someone's lying to me, even by omission, and we will have words later. But I understand. Let's go.
So you find yourself in front, like Elid smiles at you and lets you in, and there's a number of knights that you would expect to see around Roderick. Like these are the standard knights. You do not see your wife.
Oh, Roderick, I heard the most interesting of news on the way outside of my manor.
I bet you did. And I'm sorry that you had to hear it from your own kin first.
I'm sorry that it happened at all. What is the meaning of this?
Your wife has been sighted traveling as far as London throughout this year. And recently, King Octa and King Eosa have escaped. Before you get too far ahead of yourself, your wife will be in the care of Lady Ellen, here, under my arrest. And you will be accompanying me to the north. Do you understand that I mean to keep your wife free of London by this move?
As Earl Roderick says that, Edrich says, "Do I just?" Taking a couple of steps forward.
Okay. So yeah, with that, a couple of knights move forward, and they're armed, right? Like so. Yeah.
Edrich will smile pleasantly at the one closest to him and say, "Do you think you could stop me?" Earl Roderick, I understand this move, and I know what it looks like. I trust my wife implicitly, and I understand the kindness that you are doing me. He turns to the one to his right. I don't like your face. No, I don't like it much at all. And then he turns back to Count Roderick and says, "But I trust you and your lady wife, and I thank you. But understand that I would have dearly preferred that I be contacted in matters such as this."
Your preference has been noted, knight.
When shall we ride?
Perhaps I'd forgotten to strike you harder before you were knighted.
The thing you said on that day was, "Let this be the last blow go unanswered." This blow also goes unanswered. Because
Awesome.
you are my lord.
Okay. Thomas, what is your vengeful?
My vengeful is 10.
No, incorrect. Your vengeful is 13.
Oh baby, yes.
Oh baby.
With this, I have reached the level of True Knight.
Awesome. That makes sense. Darker times for the man who wanted a chivalrous character. You have become a true knight. That's awesome.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Edrich was not a chivalrous character.
This is the whole world shaping your character. Yeah.
Look, nobody will deny that Edrich has gotten easily and measurably worse over the last few years, but
Yeah.
let's not pretend that he was anything different before, you know?
Incredibly so. Edrich was always an intrigue character, and he was always like the greater good kind of thing. What does True Knight give me?
Extra hit points. I'll make sure I send that to you. I think it's like a fifth of your extra hit points or something. Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
And glory.
And glory. It's in the chat, so you can take a look. But I'll link it to you. Very cool. I think that makes sense. There's no way you're playing a 10 right now, so I'm gonna.
No, 100% not.
And I don't think it's just tied to her. That's not the impression I'm getting. So I think we're gonna.
No, it absolutely is. He loves his wife, and he is quite.
But it hasn't
upset.
just been her. It's been Argan. There's been a few times where it's like taking it personally.
Yeah.
I think that's where the vengeful, like, we
Indeed.
need that Michael Jordan meme, and then I took it personally for
And then I took it personally.
Mhm.
I will say I was looking at the wrong character sheet. I have 11 vengeful.
Okay, that makes sense. I thought you'd gone up slightly, but yeah, still 13.
Yeah.
Still 13 though.
In that case, I am not a true knight. I'm one off.
Oh, so close.
Oh,
That's a burn. I'd give you a 14, but I feel like
yeah.
a jump of 4 doesn't make sense. You know what I'll do? I'll give you a 13 and a tick.
Oh, thank you.
We'll see where the year end rides ya. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I think all of you together. I'd like to end with one little bit with the three of you, just having heard the news about Octaniosa and stuff. This can be in Sarum before you prepare to ride, kind of thing. Or do you guys want to just wrap it here? Is this a nice spot? Like, I know it's late.
I'm good with more conversation, but I'm also good with
I'm good,
rapping.
too.
Whatever the other guys are good with.
Liam,
it's up to you guys. I'm
Your
good.
thought?
I'm good either way. Depends on, I'm good either way.
Yeah, let's keep it to like a 5-minute thing, and then we'll wrap. As it
Alright. Sounds good.
Okay. We will. Well, I'm not here. This is just the three of you, having heard of the news of Octaniosa and anything else you want to catch up with. Edrich has that look on his face that you haven't seen for the last year or so. Well, maybe other than Uther's duel.
Yeah. Edrich, I've just heard.
How are your summers treating you?
Okay, something's going on.
Yes. I imagine it is news. My wife has been abducted in full view of my manor.
I believe the
Again,
correct
she is
term is arrested.
Agreed.
For what crimes? No proof has been made.
Edrich. Oslev has our full support, but you can't deny the situation. She is still Saxon. That doesn't make her guilty. But you have to expect and tolerate this kind of thing. That's all.
You're half right.
I'm fully
Expect,
right.
yes. I should have done this. Tolerate. We have seen men go to war for their wives. We have fought and killed in them, and I admit I was less than pleased with their inception and their outcome. But now that I am in their shoes, I understand.
So you would have done
But-
what Sir Argan did, then?
Killed my wife? No. But
Attack his liege.
There's talk,
I am...
Edrich.
Talk of what precisely?
Terrified the shit out of a bunch of knights. That's what I heard at least.
In our count's presence.
My
Those are-
loyalty to to Earl Roderick
Earl.
and to the king is not in doubt. At least I should hope not. But I assure you, whatever whispers there are, they are exaggerated.
I don't think so.
Neither do I.
I know you. I'm pretty sure they're not an exaggeration. Come now, Edrich.
Edric-
Surely you must see
Edric-
the
yeah.
situation for what it is. Yeah.
Edric tilts his head and goes, "Thank you."
Come now, Edrich. Surely you must understand the situation for what it is. The Earl is doing his best in what is a complicated situation. I mean,
I understand.
what if Londinium had come for your wife? They wouldn't be allowing her to be treated as a civil prisoner. A prisoner, yes, but one kept in house arrest, not in a prison. In Londinium, they might have even had her executed as a spy.
Then there would be a very different conversation greeting us.
But there
I
isn't
understand the
a
situation for what it
No, I
is.
don't think you do, Edric. I don't think you do.
I do.
You
The
are
Earl
so
is, as
concerned.
you've said, doing his best to ensure that order is maintained
Edric.
and
No,
that the
Edric,
life of
this
Oswald is safe.
Edric, this is a larger problem at heart. No, of course, as it's been now, I've tolerated your outbursts, shall we say?
Dalliances.
How many men have you dueled this year so far?
Going on 13.
More than
I'm
once a
sad to
month.
say I thought it was smaller.
Still would have been a
So
problem if it was.
Yes, so Edric, this cannot continue.
If I do not react to slights against me, all the world will see that they may do so with impunity. And
Edric,
evidently, it has
with
not
respect.
gone far enough.
Edric, with respect. What a truly idiotic outcome.
Is it not the case? Throughout
Ooh.
my life, since the day I took up the mantle of the sword, there has been very little respite. There has been curses from forces beyond mortal comprehension. There has been disrespect and insult from fellow knights around us. People I trusted have turned it against me and made a mockery of my honor, such as it is. I don't like it when things go unanswered.
Well, neither do
Gorlois had
I.
it right.
The point is, you're not alone in this matter. We are your friends. We will do all we can to defend you and your wife. But you also have to understand the position you're in.
And the position you're putting Oslev in. I spoke briefly to Oslev at your wedding. I don't think she takes as much offense to these things as you do. And believe me, I understand the reaction. But there was no slight committed against you here, Edric. It's simple and plain politics. And if you ask me, Roderick and the knights under him did all that they were able to make sure Oslev stayed safe until the true culprit is caught. That is no slight against you. In fact, it's a great kindness.
And I do understand this. and that is why I was not killed. I thank the both of you for your words. We shall see what matters arise in the future.
Take them to heart. You should listen to Florence. He's smarter than both of us.
Well, I wouldn't say that. My point is, the more you push upon this, the more it will be a problem. The more you attempt to see deceit and lies, and those that would spit in the name of you or your wife, the more you will see it, whether it is there or not.
The sword will break against the mountain, but the water will wash it away.
Aye.
Very well. Nevertheless, we have work to do.
Yes. I have to prepare for my own duel of a very similar outburst, which puts me in a very awkward position trying to talk sense into you.
Yes, I wasn't going to say anything. But
No, you're right. It's very hypocritical, but I speak from the heart in this situation, and I hope you can see that.
I do. In this matter, I will help you. I have been helping you. And with the names I have gathered, hopefully the duel need not take place at all. But if it does, you have my sword. It
I
doesn't
appreciate
matter. Yes, Malahut awaits.
Indeed.
Oh, the ride up is going to be awkward.
Well, look at the bright
It's
side.
always bad when Edrich laughs.
Yeah. Well, look at the bright side. At least we got two big reasons for Malahut to side with us. Their biggest enemies are back on their doorstep.
I hope they don't remember us. Or you, Florence.
I hope one of them does remember me.
Oh, God. All right, well, we're gonna wrap there with the Matt Berry moment. So, let's awesome stuff, guys. Tonight it was fun. Let's do some outros here. Start with Thomas.
Hello, my name is Thomas, and I have been Sir Edrich of Winterbourne Stoke. I say this every time. Edrich is having a rough time. But it has been an absolute delight, playing him as, quite crazed.
Oh boy.
Yes.
I never thought in a
thank
million
you
years.
all- Yeah. Thank you all for playing with me, and thank you, Bob, for running. And thank you, everyone, I say more generally, for watching us.
Awesome. Mark, you're up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. I was just checking out our handy-dandy Discord. By the way, did you know we have a Discord? Come check us out. You can see all the memes and shit posting, and also announcements of new projects and other such things, such as Open Pendragon. So come, join us. Link is in the Twitch chat. I'm sure it's somewhere on the YouTube channel. And yeah, I have been Mark. I am also running my own project on the channel known as the Cat's Meow Show, or RPG Show, one or the other, where I will, in the coming week, be releasing the 4th issue of our Mask series. I'm just having to fix some audio issues, so we'll see how it goes. It may not be the best episode, but hopefully it'll work out. If not, join us for episode 5, which will be coming up soon enough.
Isn't content fun?
I know. It's great when things are just not working. But anyway, that's been me. I hope you all have enjoyed watching. I've loved playing with you guys as usual, and thanks to Bob.
Awesome. And Liam, you're up.
Hi everybody, Liam enjoyed playing both Dallin and Perin today. It was nice to get some more Dallin closure. I always love being able to play that character a little bit. And boy, I don't know about you guys, but Perin had a great time. Perin had an excellent feast. I am really looking forward to the future of this game. Stuff is going well. I love it. Once again, yeah, Cat's Meow is excellent. I'm hoping by late April I will have the first couple episodes of my own DC Superheroes project out, which is
Nice.
we've been working on that for almost a year now, and everybody's really excited about that. Also, feel like there's one other thing, but I don't remember what it is. So links, we'll have links somewhere. Farewell.
Awesome. And
Farewell.
I'm Bob. You can watch the follow-up. I have this show weekly on Sunday. I have Gathering of Branches on Tuesday. They are set in the same universe, set in two neighboring counties of Logris. So they overlap in plot. There were characters.
There was a lot of cameo in this one from some of those NPCs.
Indeed, there was. What did I want to add about that? I have to work out some kinks with Gathering of Branches. Should still be able to run this week, but we're gonna have to play it by ear. We're running a shorter or sadly later episode this week. We'll see how that goes. Last thing I wanted to plug is Open Pendragon. We are on our final week of March, and I'm actually going to probably catch up with Liam sometime tomorrow, find out if he's running this week and when that works. We are an open community stream, so we try to keep people being able to link to some degree to the actual streams in the Open Pendragon episodes. They at least relate. At the very least, they relate to ongoing content. You're welcome to join and play along. I think that's all I'm going to add. I'm back with the Envoy. If you've been watching that, I'm back with that on Saturday. And yeah, if you like this, please like, subscribe, follow, do all that stuff. Add comments. We'd love to hear from you. Join the Discord. And with that, we'll let you go. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time.
Bye.
Let's
Farewell.
see. Okay. We have enough. Probably. No, we're pretty late.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop the stream. Take care.
Okay,
Alright.
bye.